Dude, I like that fucking... I like that image. I like that image of my looking fucking little Sona smacking his little belly and shit. Bruh. Alright. I'm gonna rewind to the start of the other segment. Oh fuck. Do I mean, I don't need to know. Okay, Courtney's second server. Okay. Let's start there.
Let's talk about Courtney's
quiet.
second server. Courtney's home for imaginary friends. A server that's apparently
fuck. Maybe I just turn this down.
so important to Courtney that she's going to a minor who was actively venting about what seems to be sexual assault, ignoring that, and then moving to invite them to her new shiny server.
Dude, that's just so fucked. Oh wait, so hold on. So we know this person's a minor? How do we know this person's a minor?
Server that's apparently so important to Courtney that she's going to a minor who was actively venting about what seems to be sexual assault, ignoring that, and then moving to invite them to her new shiny server with the world's most pathetic apology for taking away their safe space. The priorities here are so skewed at hearts. You've ignored a child venting about being assaulted for 5 days, only getting back to them when you needed.
Yeah, when you say it like that, dude. 10 viewers immediately, damn. Dude. It's the ACC, bruh. See, some of you motherfuckers are saying, dude, who gives a fuck about this ACC shit? It's like, dude, I got a little bit more viewers.
To collect them back into your space like a shiny Pokemon. This server was conceived around the end of April of 2024, with the first messages coming in the 29th of April exactly. We are greeted with a new set of rules immediately.
But like, how do we know that one person is a minor? That wasn't really proven. Who? I don't know. Could Gamma Jack beat Itchy? I don't fucking know. I don't watch anime, dude.
Courtney has learned from her first server. This time,
no Vosh. Hey, that's kind of based. literally bans the discussion of Vosh. Hey, you know what? That's kind of a rare Courtney W. Let me read these rules though. No phobia, no dead naming. Okay. You get to use your own slurs here. So if you're black, so if I'm black, I could say that word, huh? No hard R. Wait, hold on. You can use your own slurs here unless you're black. Unless you're black, you can't use the hard R. Okay, dude. Okay, no politics chat. Kind of based. I mean, like, dude, imagine if fucking Courtney got into like politics. That would be so fucking... She'd be showing up on debate panels and shit. Oh my god, wait, no. That'd actually be Kino. Never mind. We need to gaslight Courtney into getting into politics. This is a server to settle your personal... Oh, this is not a server to settle your personal beef with someone. Go fight outside the server. No lewd, nudes, anything sexual or pornographic. Okay, so she learned her lesson from doing that in her last server. I don't know how many... I completely forgot how many people were watching last stream, but fucking Courtney's last server was like completely unregulated. She allowed minors in the server, gave minors roles. She like Courtney fucking hidden showed messages of Courtney giving people like the underage roles and stuff like that, and some of those people were allowed in some of the NSFW chats. And Courtney even fucking posted a picture of her fucking of her ass in lingerie with money on it in a chat that she allowed minors in. So it's like, okay, it's just she learned her lesson from that. I don't think did anybody call her out for that? That was a shock to me. That was a shock to me. I had no fucking idea that shit happened. That's fucking insane. Okay, so no lewds, no minors in VC. Wait, so you're still letting minors in your fucking server? Just ban them. Just ban them. What do you mean no minors in VC? What, dude? What the fuck? Okay, anything that constitutes as terrorist chatter will result in an incident. Don't celebrate terrorist attacks in my server. Okay, I mean that's TOS. That's Discord TOS. Adults going out of their way to message minors privately will be banned. Okay. Okay. Well, this is a little ironic. This is a little ironic for what I know, what's to come. This is going to be very ironic. Why do all these people think it's fine for teenagers to share porn with adults? I have no fucking idea, dude. No medical advice. We are not professionals here. Okay. Again, ironic. Venting channels are for venting, no judging people. Just don't have a venting channel. This is not an action server. We do not investigate or report on anything. No minors in the stoner clubhouse. Just ban them, dude. Like, they sound like they're more of a hassle than it's worth. You know, like I mean, you clearly are an adult centric content creator. Like, just fucking, dude, it's just so stupid. This insistence on like allowing minors in her fucking space is just insane. It's just fucking crazy. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but still, like, VCs require a mod or myself present. Okay. No screenshots are to be taken or sent from this. No screenshots are to be taken or sent from this server. Okay. Oh, that's a little interesting. That's a little interesting little rule there. Hey, don't screenshot anything anybody is saying in this public server. Okay.
The 18+ Donut Clubhouse is immediately age-gated. There's a rule against sexually charged content. Remember this and keep it close to your chest. And then ban on minors in VCs, along with banning screenshots from the server. Interesting. This rule, by the way, has been around since Courtney's first server, apparently. It's
what? You also know the rules of my server, so does blank no fucking screenshot. And after I fucking boot someone for talking and sharing screenshots with blank, you go and do the same because she asked? I know we aren't friends, you made that clear, but I thought at least you respect the victims in my server enough to not fuck over their privacy because Senpai blank asked you to. Okay.
hidden under the guise of wanting to keep victims safe, but I think it's much more of a ploy to ensure no one sees the inappropriate shit going on.
I mean, yeah. Like, the rule to not screenshot shit is just so sauce.
Time, because the 18+ channels actually age-gated, we will focus on the other channels and important instances instead. Not much of the server is actually preserved because Courtney, again, deleted it in the middle of archiving. Let's start with the usual. This server has a total of 5 minors in it, the youngest being the same 13-year-old.
So these were the same people from the other server. Age 13. Dude, like, how do you... Oh my god, dude. Why the fuck are you allowing these people? Why? Why?
From the first server, and the oldest being 17. One thing I'll give Courtney, this one doesn't have as much sexual content in the general chat. In
Not
fact,
as much.
The only instance I could find was Courtney talking about her assault while trying to comfort Bonnabelle, an at-the-time minor.
I just... Why the fuck are you making it your business? Dude. This insistence. Dude, just... She's like so delusional. She actually thinks like just because she was victimized that she is now equipped to handle other people's fucking bullshit and just assert herself as some sort of like authority figure on the subject. Like, dude, no, just mind your own fucking business, dude. Other people's children are not your fucking business, bro. Holy fuck. And she's like late 20s around this time, if I recall. Wait, 2024? No, she's 30. Unk is 30 here, bro. The fuck?
And we'll get to them. Just
okay, so blah blah blah. I mean, this is gently possible. My grandma Josie. Reread the paragraph above. Your grandma doesn't affect you. It absolutely did. I don't know why she's bringing up now traumas, dude. Blah 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 blah. I'm just skimming. That friend didn't kill themselves because of you. That's the final straw. And that friend killed themselves or something that you had nothing to do with. I mean, this is so far fair enough to say. They did affect you, though. You just couldn't see it. That kind of trauma, that really fucks with how your brain develops, which is like, yeah, that's true. It's not happening now. You're just actually seeing it now and seeing it. The brain, blah, 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 blah. I don't know why it's affecting me in the process. Han, I was 18 before I realized my dreams of my first rapes were not dreams. Jesus Christ, man.
you wait. I need you all to please keep in mind that Bonnabelle has heavy trauma associated with suicide attempts. This will become important in a moment. Just
wait. So what is Courtney's allegation against Lily? That she was assaulted in her sleep. Okay, but your dreams weren't dreams. Okay. I mean, I keep forgetting there is that message of Lily that she sent to Brittany, where she basically fucking admitted to like doing shit to Courtney. So I mean, there is that.
please remember this. The only other mention being talking about a kid's grooming experience on Maine, prompted by, and I can't believe she weaseled her way in here, KP. But while there's my experience on Maine.
By the way, what's your story? TLDR, Lily groomed him as a minor fan of hers? Wait, Lily groomed him with who? What? Then dropped, they never dated it, like, shot, called her out on her racism. Lily had tried to say that they were barely interacted, spent like a form of parasocial relationship with him on her own accord. I mean, that's just messy at that point. Oh, this is KP. Oh, I just fucking noticed. Long story, but essentially I started watching her when I was 13 to 17. Wait, how old is fucking KP? Wait, how old is fucking Lily? Is Lily like 40 or like 50 years old? Well, actually, no. I think Lily started making videos when they were a minor. I think I remember from the June the King video. Lily started when they were like 17 or some shit. I was 13, I was 17, began talking. She treated me like shit and normalized my hypersexuality. I mean, knowing what I know about Lily, I don't fucking doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, it is an allegation, but I don't doubt it. She also got, well, hold on. There should be logs for this too. I think that would be kind of important to show. There should be logs of this happening. Normalizing my hypersexuality. Okay. She got into a lot of stuff I was into and made videos about it. S-pop in particular. I don't know what that is. I was friends with Michaela too, but they dropped me as well. Michaela was actually the one who started Blank, just an angry weave thing.
Prompted by
this person was 19 at the time of this being discussed with them. Okay. So they weren't a minor. What the fuck?
Can't believe she weaseled her way in here. KP. But while there's much...
Well, KP weaseled her way... Was it weaseling? Was it weaseling? She was just kind of adding to the conversation, to the public conversation. Like,
plus sexually explicit conversations, there is no shortage of absolutely inappropriate ones. For example, here's Courtney talking about how she would kill pets she could no longer take care of.
What the fuck? Okay. I talked to my cat when it was giving me shit. This is why you're adopted Batman. Where's Batman's Robin? Sad story that his kid, actually my ex kid, raised him for 5 years. Know why? Where did she talk about killing them? He brought them and just expected me to care for them. I'd beg him to stop buying animals. I couldn't keep up with the cost getting so high that we're gonna do when we couldn't afford them. That one happened, Courtney. Guess what happened? The amount of animals whose suffering I had to end myself because I had no other option. And oh my God, dude. And watching them starve just wasn't one. Give them away. Give them away. What the fuck? Like, dude, what? If you find yourself incapable of taking care of an animal, you don't like, well, I guess I gotta shoot it in the fucking head. No, give it away, you fucking psycho. Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy, bro. There was no other option. I had to kill fucking Bingus. I had to kill the Bingus cat, dude. Jesus. Good thing I wanted to be a vet in the... Wait, good thing I wanted to be a vet in the past and was prepared to do that? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Just like that, when I begged her to take full custody of what was my son at the time from the birth mother so he couldn't come take him. That one happened. Guess what happened? She literally kidnapped the kid and let it happen. Dude. Wait, no, a real kid? Or she's talking about a pet? When I begged him to take full custody of what was my son at the time from the birth mother. What? Oh, she adopted somebody? Whoa, what the fuck, dude? She's a fucking basket case, bro. Holy fucking shit. Gotta hope that cat is with someone else now. Wait. Huh? Oh, no, they're talking about a cat. Okay. Dude, I was gonna say, dude, fucking Courtney taking care of a fucking actual kid just, like, is actually so, like, worrisome, to put it lightly. Jesus, okay. Dude, this fucking bitch is crazy.
Rather than rehome them, take them to a shelter, or even offer them to a rescue. Fun fact, under Nova Scotia law, euthanasia is only to be provided to pets by veterinarians or a peace officer.
Okay, she's psychotic for killing her animals. Okay, I don't need fucking legal eagle to chime in for me to make that fucking determination. Okay.
In situations of critical distress,
Thanos
which
stopped that,
starving would
yeah.
constitute as. So shout out to Courtney for breaking the law and killing animals because any
Whoa.
other option would have been too much effort. But also, notice how she talks about taking in and being entitled to someone's child in the message? Girl, you can barely take care
Not literal child. It seemed like it was a cat.
of rats. How the fuck would you take care of a child? Does that one go into the nunchuck sock too and it's too expensive to keep alive? And something I find baffling, by the way, is that Courtney acknowledges the environment around her and her at the time husband being extremely harmful because he was extremely mentally unstable, yet still demanded the child live with them anyway. For what
The child. Wait, so is a child? Yeah, I watched my ex-husband go through a mental breakdown that really changed him. It's part of what ruined our marriage. I went through a stint of having to keep him from hurting himself or leaving the house to kill himself, all while keeping his son from seeing any of it. Oh shit. Okay, no, and a real. Wait. Okay. Okay. I'm under. Okay, it was an actual kid. I've actually cut him down. But oh Jesus fucking Christ, TMI, bro. My God.
because he was extremely mentally unstable, yet still demanded the child live with them
Talk to a
anyway.
fucking
for
therapist,
what I can only
Jesus.
assume is her own ego. This conversation, by the way, happened with a 14-year-old child at the time. This is the same child that Courtney later goes on to talk about keeping babies conceived by rape and how no one would do that, and rather
Bro, who the fuck keeps a rape baby? Let's be for real. So obviously, dude, okay, dude. Why are you having this conversation with a 14-year-old, dude? I know there's some who would keep it, but a decent amount would just abort the child. It's not theirs. They didn't consent to it, etc. I mean, it's a very contentious issue. I understand where pro-lifers are coming from, but I also see like circumstances in which like it's. I think it's justified to like get an abortion. But if you're going to get an abortion, do it in the early stages. Because I'm not a fan of late term abortions. That shit feels wrong to me. My argument at the time, dude, no 14-year-old gonna keep a rape baby. The fuck? Why don't you? You don't know that, Courtney. I do. I have a fucking uterus. And okay, just because you have a fucking uterus doesn't mean you know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to like birthing and like the ethical and philosophical quandary of abortion, right? Like as a 14-year-old we can confirm it's not healthy for kids to grow. Dude, this you're a fucking loony. You're a fucking loony, dude. Oh my God, bro.
other graphic detail. On a side note,
Is that an imperial piss I see there? Yeah, dude.
I will include this testimony because
I hate the red trimming so much. It looks so fucking bad. Like I've seen people do it where they do it like it's the normal yellow, but it's got like black trims and stuff like that. That looks way fucking cooler for
I
imperial
have at this
piss.
point no reason to doubt this could have occurred, given her previous comments. One of Courtney's former server members talks about Batman, Courtney's cat, and how Courtney had apparently no issues kicking him, and how Batman was missing a leg.
Jesus Christ. Okay, this testimony. Courtney had once brought up a personal anecdote where they recall hurting their foot because he tried to kick Batman. Because he missed. When asked why the hell he was trying to kick Batman, he ignored the person who asked and kept on rolling with a different topic. He? What the fuck are Courtney's pronouns? The fuck? This is a testimony you do not treat as a fact. Okay, I'm glad you're pointing this out. They also mentioned Batman's missing leg as a result from taking a jump out of a window, which I found fairly concerning because one major rule of a cat care is the fact that you need screens on your window. Cats are dumb. Cats are stupid. I mean, sure. I mean, some people have... Wait, hold on. Because the cat jumped out the window and it fucking, like, lost its leg? That doesn't make any... Dude, cats can survive from a pretty high fucking jump. So, that story does not make sense if that's the case. That makes no fucking sense. How the fuck does that happen? Cats are stupid. They will roll off tables, chairs, appliances because they are not paying attention. And it's important to mitigate by taking safety precautions where you can. If that means a window without screen, permanent close. This is just feels like moral fagging. I don't fucking care.
from a jump out of a window. I'll just leave this here. Now, aside from that, it seems the
Iron
server's
Warriors do
already
black
on
and
a
yellow
much
better?
better
Yeah.
path than the first, even if the bar is in hell. So why are we even here? Well, because one of the most egregious things Courtney has done started in the server and is happening up until today, her engagement with Bonnabelle. Bonnabelle is by now an adult and has been around Courtney since he's been 16 by Courtney's own admission. This will come back when we address Courtney responding to her allegations, but given we're here, I might as well talk about it in detail. Bonnabelle has an extremely close relationship with Courtney, frequently referring to her as mom on many.
Wait, is this the person that Courtney? I know there's two separate instances. There's one where Courtney teaches someone like how to masturbate or some shit, and then there's one where she tells like a kid to like tell the kids that are picking on them in their fucking middle school to like eat a bag of dicks or something like that, or he probably has a small dick or some shit. Like it's really retarded shit. Bonnabelle, it's true, you are great. And it's making you uncomfortable. I can stop. Oh no, you're not making me uncomfortable. Guess who qualifies for AdSense? Who? Me. Congrats, mom. Think it's kind of well. That wasn't realized. Blah 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 blah. Okay.
Occasions.
Wait. I didn't read the other one. Hold on. This is kind of important.
Has an extremely close.
I don't call Courtney mom for any other reasons besides that she is the closest thing to a mother I have, not because of some weird shit. Well, it is weird shit. Courtney is not equipped. Courtney calling Courtney mom is like being very familiar with the local crackhead and being like, yeah, this person's like my parent. Like, no, she's not equipped. And if Courtney had any fucking sense about her, she would like tell you, hey, don't look at me up to don't look up to me as a parental figure. I am very fucking flawed and mentally ill. Like, okay, I'm some random person on the internet, but of fucking course she didn't do that. She's not grooming me whatsoever in any shape or form. I even told Courtney about someone who was trying to groom me because I noticed the signs. Sometimes she calls me kiddo or Bon as a nickname. Ugh, just don't. It's always going to be weird. It doesn't even matter your intentions. It's always going to be weird. It's always going to look weird when you have this kind of relationship with someone else's fucking kid online. Like, it looks fucking weird. It's why you as an adult should mind your own fucking business. But that grown man who I told Courtney, who called me baby, that's not a nickname you give to a kid unless they're a little baby. Or it's like my own kind of biological mother calls me baby still because according to her, I'm still her baby. I hate the nickname, but it's not weird. What? Yeah, baby for a stranger is
relationship with Courtney, frequently referring to her as mom.
Wait, what the fuck? If you're not a sweet elderly black woman, why do they got to be black?
The occasions in both Courtney's server, but also.
It's very sad that they will deport all the weeaboos from Asia soon. Bruh.
KP server. It's very clear that Bonnabelle mom on many occasions in both Courtney's server but also KP server. It's very clear that Bonnabelle looks up to Courtney as a figure of authority and is stepping for his actual mother, down to actively.
Fuck, wait, I just saw. The fuck? Originally I was going to Target about saying fuck you to all the people who caused me to relapse, but now, Jesus fucking Christ. But no, it was when me picked up those bottles, forced me to drink, stay sober, but instead, thank you, Mom, for helping me through this. Just the fact that she's been there, sort of. Dude, it's just, that's great that she did that. She's still not equipped. She's still not equipped to fucking be this fucking parental figure, dude.
Stating he views his biological mother only as his birth giver now, and we'll delve into that a little more in just a bit. Bonnabelle is also medicated for plenty of mental issues, putting him at a more vulnerable position. I'm not going to entirely expose his medical history, but I am going to include a mentioning that he's medicated during his spiral for prosperity and transparency. Courtney would be aware of that, given she's supported Bonnabelle through plenty of spiral, oftentimes acting as a therapist or someone with psychological knowledge. Basically, armchair diet.
Yeah, and she still does this. She still does this to this day. She hasn't learned her fucking lesson at all. She's just like, she's still acting like she's got some like, she's got some like jack of all trades knowledge about the general world, and she like is totally equipped to like give advice to people.
Noticing a young
and be like a motherly figure still, like you just learn nothing.
Spiraling Bon, which also leads into very uncomfortable moments of Courtney actively putting down Bonnabelle's mother by implying she was being neglectful for not medicating Bon properly. Now, if this was anybody else, I would nod along and agree, but given this is Courtney, we have to acknowledge that she has a habit of putting down the biological parenting figures of children around her, and we'll talk about this more.
That's all I know is like of the one instance. Wait, hold on. Was it mentioned earlier? I'm trying to remember. Was it mentioned earlier in this video? I don't think it was. But all I know is like the one is. What do you mean she has a tendency to do that?
In the section regarding her addressing her allegations as well, but I find it noteworthy to mention here too, especially given it seems to work, since Bond ends up stating his biological mom is merely his birth giver, as we've just covered. What doesn't help is that I've since found many uncomfortable interactions between Courtney and Bond that just look at this. Here Courtney sees Bond actively seeking out a conversation with a clearly sexual background.
The fuck? Topaz did that last week. I didn't specify, but they said they had weird kinks like TMI. Okay, when was this, when Bond was a minor or not? Because it says today. I don't know when was this. Saying something like got weird kinks is just an offhand comment. Honestly, there's not much wrong with it, and was during the discussion of Lily sharing the feedism age play post, so it was relevant to the subject. If I recall correctly, it was a I got weird kinks, but I don't talk about them online thing. If something happens you aren't sure about, please come to me or call it out at the time if I'm around so I can address it. I don't want people festering with the wrong ideas, like thinking someone was sharing kinks non-consensually. Chest hair. Oh, I don't care. What? Who the fuck cares? Chest hair isn't a kink anyway. It's just a feature people find attractive, not attractive, or have feelings about. I'm starting to feel like the word kink and fetish are losing their meaning. I'm just talking about like the meta. She's not going too crazy in depth, but still, it's still should not be talking about this around someone who might be underage. I don't know if they are underage around this time. My stance so far, this part, where is it? This part, I think overall is good. This part so far, I mean, I haven't finished it yet. This part's fucking retarded. Hidden fucks up plenty here. It's just dumb fucking moral fagging, like over like something that's not an issue. Like she treats Courtney like she's a fucking victim or of Poppy and Xena, when Courtney was the one who, seemingly from all the screenshots that we were shown, she was the one to initiate sexual conversations, and Poppy was just bouncing back and forth with Courtney. Courtney was a willing participant and fucking hid and decided to phrase Courtney as some helpless victim who was taken advantage of and blah, blah, blah. That was not the fucking case at all. That was not the case. Poppy and Xena do that. That was not the case with fucking Courtney from what I've seen. If there is evidence of that, Hidden did not show it in this fucking video. No, that there was totally a consensual sexual interaction, and they were both adults. Courtney freaked out because she was cheating on her partner by doing that, and she got pissed off and started freaking out. And Hidden was like, yeah, I totally understand because that threatens your fucking household or whatever. It's stupid. Dumb. Chest hair. I'm starting to feel like the word kinks and fetishes. Okay, no, kinks are. In any case, in case anyone didn't know, kinks and fetishes are always sexual. That's not. This is like Ponder Sprocket. This is like Ponder Sprocket. Just like no sense of like awareness of what the fuck you're doing. Kinks and fetishes, not actions. She's saying this in a server that allows minors, just to be clear. And there was like correct me if I'm wrong too. The rules of this server was to not do that. Like right here, the rules of the server was to not do that. Hold on. I'm at 3544. No lewds, nudes, or anything sexually charged or pornographic. You're talking about fetishes. You're talking about fetishes, Courtney. Diddy blood.
With a clearly sexual back.
Also, okay, yeah, it's like that with sharing kinks. Wait, what is, okay, can I see this response? Also, Bond, by that logic, you as a minor, okay, so they are a minor around this time. Shouldn't be arguing with adults on what's sexy. Dude, just stop doing this. Why the fuck are you doing this, dude? Oh my god, bro. Fetishes don't always stem from sexual pleasure. Yeah, they're like you could be like the esoteric definition of fetish, where it's like it's just an object of fixation, right? You can be the one to start a convo, get mad, cry inappropriate when other persons engage. Wait, you can't be the one to start a convo, then get mad or cry inappropriate when the other person engages. Is she blaming the fucking minor? Is she blaming the minor, dude? Dude. She's blaming the minor for, like, adults talking inappropriate with them about kinks and fetishes? You are almost 18. Yo, you don't get to just talk about whatever you want and anyone who answers us a creep just because you're almost 18. Bro, what the fuck? You are a creep. You are a creep. You are a fucking weirdo. The fuck? Dude. That's like touching the hot stove and cried about getting burnt. That is not the same fucking thing. Okay? The adults should have the wherewithal to know that they should not be discussing kinks and fetishes towards children, towards people that they know are minors. That's like, dude, what the fuck? So how is this? I think chest hair sexually. Why are you going to detail?
Background talking about kinks, and it only downplays what the adult did, i.e. talking about kinks around children, but also tells Bond that Bond is at fault for
yeah, she did do
engaging
that
with a conversation to begin with, as if, I don't know, it wasn't her fault that an inappropriate conversation was occurring around.
Look, Claire or Bond could totally just be like going into adult spaces and like talking sexually and stuff like that and just being a reckless idiot. That could totally be the fucking case, but it's never the fucking kid's fault because the adults should know better. Just period. Flat out. Straight up. Like
children in her server. These are the kinds of values Courtney puts upon the children that look up to her.
But I would also say, like, to be more nuanced about that, if you're in like a COD lobby and there's a kid or something like that and you're just playing the game and you make like a fucking it depends on how overt, right? But if you make like a, like, oh yeah, I just shot you in the ass, like that's a little inappropriate to say around a kid. But I'm not gonna moral fag about that. I'm not gonna moral fag about something like that. It's not the worst fucking thing in the world. It's just you're crass. If you're being crass language and you're swearing and you're like not going into depth and detail and you're not having like a fucking one-on-one personal sexual conversation with this kid, I'm not gonna fucking moral fag about it, right? But generally speaking, you shouldn't be like overtly talking about sexual shit around children, like just straight up. Now that gets you banned for 30 days. I mean, even you dealt with minors who came into your chat. No, yeah, if they're like I that was like a fucking last year. Like, who the fuck was it? It was like the I forgot their fucking username, but they were like in my chat for a while, and I just randomly said, I'm like, oh yeah, like this is like an 18+ stream. I don't want like minors interacting. And what they said, like they were like fucking 17. I'm like, okay, well, now I gotta ban you. Okay, now I gotta ban you. Okay.
It's your
and I know I mentioned it beforehand. Like, yeah, this is like my stuff is like 18+. I don't want minors in my community or minors in my audience. I'm not going to like go out of my way to age restrict too much shit. Because that just fucks up your video and the algorithm, and I just hate that. But I'm not going to moral fag about people who don't do that. Right? But it's like, for me personally, it's like I like having a clear conscience, knowing that like I'm at least curating my audience to be like adults, right?
When the adults sexually interact with you because you started it. While I can understand the argument at a core that as a minor you shouldn't engage with conversations that include inappropriate topics with adults, Courtney makes it a point here to place responsibility solely on Bond, the at the time minor, when it isn't. It's on an adult to see a minor.
Yeah, they were like some kind of like Nazi person. Yeah, it was really fucking weird.
Engage with
like, why the fuck are you watching a gay furry femboy, dude?
The topics and shut that conversation down immediately. Courtney talks about wanting Bond to come to her when he's uncomfortable, yet when he does, like right now, where he clearly expresses he was uncomfortable,
Courtney, she like blames, she blames the minor. Like, it's still fucking Jesus Christ, man.
Shuts him down and places the blame on him instead. I also like how Courtney entirely ignores that a broad conversation around kinks was happening around kids, because if it happened around Bond...
Yeah, she just completely downplayed it too. Yeah, she's just like, well, it's actually your fault that adults were talking sexually towards you because you decided to bring up kinks as a topic. Like,
It happened in a non-HDD part of the server where other minors could access it, after acknowledging that kinks are always sexual, so a sexually charged conversation was going on around children with adults present, and Bonnabelle,
no, not Toki, dude.
minor, was allowed to partake in it. It's so harmful for Bond to be told that he's to blame for inappropriate sexual conversations to happen around him because he opened.
Dude, here's the thing. I still hate Hidden Heroine, but if she makes a good point, I'll acknowledge it.
Discord that day and partook in an ongoing conversation, when it should have been on Courtney and the adults in the room to not have that kind of conversation around him and shut him down when he's partaking. And this mindset will begin to make sense moving forward, because Courtney is one of the adults who frequently and graphically discusses sexual content around Bonnabelle, so it absolutely seems in her interest to place the responsibility to speak up on the minor during these situations, where adults are having discussions around sexual content and topics around them. For example, and that
might not be the intent, but she's you could argue she's definitely subconsciously doing that.
Be a familiar screenshot.
Poppy sent Courtney this incest comment to this person. I think this person's like 14. The pink censored person is 14. Dude, just put their age. Like if you're gonna have these screenshots and shit like that, put the age like over the thing. So because it's just, I'm not gonna fucking remember this shit. Incest comment to a person who right after Courtney told her ass lived on stream about the abuse. Oh, okay. And I was blindsided at that point with the realization that Poppy, again, leaving out the part that Courtney was the one who brought up her fucking rape fetish. Okay. She's the one who brought that up. She's the one who steered the conversation in that direction. It's totally fucking her fault this fucking shit was brought up. And even then she even said verbatim, oh yeah, I guess I could kind of see how incest kinks are high. Like, okay, like, but you're gonna complain afterwards? Come on.
Here's Courtney actively and in detail allowing someone to describe the porn that Poppy and Xena sent to her, to Bonnabelle, a minor, along with actively going into detail.
Wait, they sent it to what?
Be a familiar screenshot. Here's Courtney actively and in detail allowing someone to describe the porn that Poppy and Xena sent to her, to Bonnabelle.
Oh, to Belle. Okay. By proxy. Okay.
Minor, along with actively going into detail about how Poppy was deriving sexual pleasure from that. As for how Courtney engages with Bond, but also the other minors in the rest of the server,
she like talks to kids like they're adults. Like she just has no concept of just like responsibility and boundaries. And dude,
there's two channels that were still not age-gated: the Lily Orchard Venting channel and the super secret
This is why. The what?
Lily Underground No Sharing channel.
Wait, what? The what?
The Lily Orchard Venting channel and the super secret special Lily Underground No Sharing channel.
Lily Underground No... What the fuck?
Both of them gave Bonnabelle access.
Did I shoot the deagle yet? My dad offered me the opportunity, but like he like literally like woke me up to say like, hey, you want to go shooting later today? I'm like, I'm fucking sleeping right now. Okay. But no, maybe later.
Meaning they were possibly accessible to other minors as well. Again, we talked about this, letting children access a channel in which Lily's actions, incest, rape, child porn fanfictions, and everything else around her are being discussed, even if they're victims of Lily themselves, is inappropriate. These are not topics that are suitable for children, especially not with adults discussing these actions in detail repeatedly. But here's proof that children had access to the channel. Here's one of
Lily likes to talk like she's young, but she doesn't so forcefully. Wait, what? Lily likes to talk like she's young, but she does it so forcefully. Like, how do you do, fellow kids? Well, it's funny that you say this, Bonnabelle, because Courtney does the same fucking thing. Okay, I get it. Old people sound like that as well, bruh. Dyslexia. They talk like that, but at least they don't force it. Lily tries and fails to sound like a teenager when she needs to accept that she's halfway through her life. Almost halfway. She's EP. Oh, and just realizing that she showed censored porn in her video. Yeah, it's censored, but we can... So by technicality, she's showing porn to her audience, who is partially minors. This is talking about Lily, though.
Is inappropriate. These are not topics that are suitable for children, especially not...
What does Courtney say? Or not Courtney, fucking Hidden? What is Hidden
with
say?
Adults discussing these actions in detail repeatedly. But here's proof that children had access to the channel. Here's Bonnabelle for one, directly engaging with these topics, talking about porn being shared. Here's
in Lily's video. Not in the channel, in Lily's video.
the channel. He is Bonnabelle for one, directly engaging with these topics, talking about porn being shared. He is another minor, this time a victim of Lily's, interacting with the channel and directly being confronted with talks of child porn.
Interesting way of responding, Lily. Take me to court. That's not how criminal charges work. The Crown Attorney would be taking you to court, Lillian. A person cannot change another person. A person cannot charge another person for producing CP. Yeah, like she's right. Yeah, the government has to. But nobody ever accused you of being intelligent, Lily. Also, considering you say, I did to you what you did to me, take me to court or fuck off practice. You spew numbnuts. Wait, so yeah, she's just talking about the legality.
By Courtney. And just to give you an idea, with the chat talking about porn being shared. He is another minor, this time a victim of Lily's, interacting with the channel and directly being confronted with talks of child porn by Courtney. And just to give you an idea,
I mean, yeah, just irresponsible
what's being discussed in front of
Courtney to be like discussing this with a minor.
children here. We have talking about revenge porn and rape.
I'm asking to what this is. Courtney, targeted harassment. Oh no, Lily is not posting comment on the dirty.com is targeted harassment. The dirty.com, it's a site people use to post barely not revenge porn about their exes. Okay, why are you telling children where to find this fucking shit? You dumb fuck. You usually drag them for their sexual history, drug use, or status, or like cheating women. You sound very familiar with this, Courtney. It's literally a site that docs your ex. And Lily, oh, fun. And Lily Dearest put her brother on it. What? Okay. I love how she went from, I did that. If I did that, I was 6. It doesn't count to Courtney was 13 and raped me like Kay Sherlills. What?
Actively putting attention on a site that allows you to post just that and drag your access history regarding sexual health, drugs, and more. Talking about wolf porn. Thanks, KP.
What? Did she really go to my old Tumblr on stream XD? Wait, who? I'm watching the recent stream Lily made and I can't handle how she's acting. Did she really go on my old Tumblr on stream? This Google Doc is made to help organize timestamps that quote Lily Orchard's detractors videos. Remember, this is quote templates, blah, blah, blah. Who wrote this? The 3rd grader or Lily? KP, don't show the wolf porn, guys. No one needs to see it anyways, lol. Okay, and then this person links it. They link the Google Doc with the horse or the wolf porn? The fuck? I wouldn't want to break his legs, but I resist the urge.
And joking about putting it into a public Google document, here's Bonnabelle literally offering to go into a Poppy and Zena's Discord, a Discord that Courtney just acknowledged had porn and other inappropriate things in it, in an effort to pay Courtney back. And Courtney putting
what?
Wolf porn. Thanks, KP. And joking about putting it into a public Google document, here's Bonnabelle literally offering to.
First, I don't want to read. I just. There's so much fucking shit, dude. Someone booted Poppy and then threatened to beat Poppy's ass over violating my consent. Jumped the ship. Blah blah blah. Okay. Oh my stars. Angry Discord kitten. The bidding. Any angry Discord kitten doing the bidding of her sex pest master. It's like she's getting a collection. It's sickening. I'm gonna try something. It's gonna be stupid, but it's worth a shot. Yeah, but Ripsy is just pathetic, to be honest. Has no personality. Why are you not telling them to not do this? The link to her Discord is still up. Oh, Han, I wouldn't. Okay, she does. She says no. I wouldn't. That circle jerk in there is fucked. I'll wait. No, remember joining this before then. I just remember leaving because of the SCP stuff. And anyone who says anything against Poppy Dearest gets insta-banned. Well, okay. You should be telling the minor not to join the server because of the fucking porn. Not because, like, it's a circle jerk. Okay, who cares? I want to try and be a mole. I want to help. It would be a bigger help if there was one less kid exposed to furry porn and bullshit, to be honest. Okay, so she's telling the minor not to, okay? Besides, Poppy could do... Well, it's like, no, I'd rather you be exposed to the adult content on this Discord, not the other one. Okay, dude. Besides, Poppy can do what she likes, so I'm not bothering her. That's what she wants. Rispy up my ass. Okay. Whatever.
Go into a Poppy and Zena's Discord, a Discord that Courtney just acknowledged.
She's gonna click the 16. Wait, this is the same screenshot. I joined a few minutes ago, but I haven't verified. It's like the rules still left. Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out about it. I left. Okay, so they said they left. Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out. Sorry, I'm on my only. Wait, okay, so, I mean, it sounds like Bonnabelle is doing this of their own volition. Courtney is not asking them to do this. If anything, Courtney is literally telling them the opposite. So, what the fuck is Hidden saying about this?
Wolfcorn, thanks KP, and joking about putting it into a public Google document. Here's Bonnabelle literally offering to go into a Poppy and Xena's Discord.
Of their own volition?
A Discord that Courtney just acknowledged had porn and other inappropriate things in it in an effort to pay Courtney back. And Courtney putting zero effort in telling Bonna hard no about joining.
What do you mean zero effort? She literally says it would be a bigger help if there was one less kid exposed to furry porn and bullshit, to be honest. Besides, Poppy can do what she likes. What do you mean zero effort? No, she like did she I mean, would you rather her like fucking do like the smiling friends is like, Alan, do not join that Discord server. It's so fucked. Like what do you want? She literally told them not to do it. What do you mean?
To pay Courtney back, and expressing her anger towards Poppy effort in telling Bonna hard no.
It wasn't zero effort. Courtney actually told him not to do it.
About joining, instead focusing on.
And the reason why Bonnabelle left was because of Courtney, because Courtney told them not to do it.
And expressing her anger towards Poppy and Xena over discouraging the child in her midst from joining a space that Courtney, as we've covered in the Poppy and Xena section, thinks is right.
So this is like a hidden fuck up here. Like you did you not just read the screenshot? What do you mean? Courtney did not. She put effort. Like I don't know how much effort. How much? Where do you want to arbitrarily set the fucking standard? Hidden. What do you? She told them not to do it.
Run by an incest kink having abusive pedophile. The lack of
what?
Over discouraging the child in her midst from joining a space that Courtney, as we've covered in the Poppy and Xena section, thinks is run by an incest kink having abusive pedophile.
And she told them not to join it.
The lack of immediate no, your.
What do you mean? It looks like those messages are being sent in succession. So Bonnabelle is jumping from Courtney's Discord to joining Poppy's Discord, right? Going back and forth between that. So it's like what do you mean? It is so arbitrary. Like what an arbitrary thing. She didn't immediately say no. She told them not to do it. Okay. Like what do you? It feels so dumb to just nitpick on this. Fucked up hands.
Child do not engage.
Fucked up hand, claw hands.
With this is frankly baffling and shows Courtney's priorities in this. But also,
what do you mean? She literally, like, when it was put on the table that Bonnabelle is going to join the server, Courtney literally immediately afterwards said, "No, don't join the server. I would rather you not." Right? Okay. The fuck are you talking about? How are you even in Lily's server? KP, I imagine it's quiet in there. Okay, purple sensor. How old is this person? But in all seriousness, I'm gonna throw up if she makes one more joke about me supposedly raping her. You mean you are incredibly triggered by incest. Meanwhile, she continues to glorify it. I gave her $1 2 years ago to get in. 2 years ago to get in. So this person must have been like really fucking young. Might do that too one day. Might do that too one day, but I don't want to support that cunt, dude. This okay, so this is why you don't let minors, this is not the reason why, but this is one of the many reasons why, is because they might feel like they want to go on a fucking dumb little crusade on behalf of you and get involved in a Discord that is ran by a fucking pedophile, by an incest fucking zoophilic pedophile. Like this is why you should just ban them. Don't host this. Don't host this kind of fucking shit. Jesus Christ, man. She's encouraging a parasocial relationship by doing all these things. People are paying you to talk to them.
We're discussing incest and rape with Bonnabelle and at the time minor. And this is...
Well, it was in relation to Lily.
But also, we're discussing incest and rape with Bonnabelle and at the time minor.
She's being... Okay, so Hidden is just being, like, so obtuse here. Like, the issues are a lot more, like, nuanced than just they're discussing inappropriate topics around minors, right? Like, yes, that is bad hidden, but beneath that fucking layer, right? The problem is that these people are getting it in their fucking heads to go on crusades on behalf of fucking Courtney, okay? And from this screenshot, from what I'm seeing, it's not being shut down, okay? That's the fucking, like, Hidden is just fucking incapable of just, like, just think about it for a minute. Like, run this by a few people. Like, she only thinks, like, her immediate knee-jerk reaction to a thing is just the baseline, and that's just all that she has to say about it, right? And she ends up missing so much, like, important stuff to point out.
And this is such a side note, but wow, KP, you really are out here discussing rape and porn and incest around literal children and not losing.
Yeah, that's bad.
You're worried about it. It's now no longer coming as a surprise to me that you're covering for Courtney continuously, because you've been quite literally a part of her most controversial times. You were in the server when she ideated in front of a child. Sure, maybe not aware, but you certainly were aware that children were engaging with material not suitable to them in multiple channels, and you actively partook in this by talking about rape, incest, and porn. Sometimes,
I mean, yeah, it's again reckless. This is reckless of KP to do, right? Like, I'm not gonna call them a pedophile. I'm not gonna call them a predator. Or I'm not gonna the criticism is that KP is being, like, reckless and inappropriate with children. Yep. The Space Marine 2 loading screen goes hard. True, dude.
In their presence. Good fucking lord, you shouldn't be trusted with children.
Also, by the way, if you're gonna have gameplay for your fucking commentary video, play a game that you're actually good at. All I do is I just watch Sen die like 40 times and get, like, no kills. Like, it's just, dude.
In your spaces. Anywho, that's enough of this. Good fucking lord, you shouldn't be trusted with children in your spaces.
I mean, yeah, KP is retarded, yeah.
Anywho, that's enough about this channel. Let's talk about the Specially Underground channel. This seems to be a more secretive channel solely for people that Courtney trusts. And this one also had one child in it, Bonnabelle.
Yeah, just do co-op. Well, to be fair, co-op can be kind of fucking bullshit. Co-op can be kind of bullshit sometimes. They will just throw you in this situation and just die. Like, okay, so what?
Secretive channel solely for people that Courtney trusts. And this one also had one child in it, Bonnabelle. And I'ma be for...
Wait, so what? Hold on. I need to pay attention. What was this server about?
About this channel. Let's talk about the Specially Underground channel. This seems to be a more secretive channel solely for people that Courtney trusts. And this one also had one child in it, Bonnabelle. And I'ma be for real, even one child.
Okay, yeah.
In discussions about rape, incest, and CSA.
Wait, but this is 2024, and she said that Bonnabelle was 19 as of recently, so they might be like 18 here. I don't know. What the Richard Martin? It can be hard to be bad at Persona 4. Oh, it's one of those games. I'm surprised she added gameplay. She covers most of the video. Like, have you seen like, you can have anything there, even just a black void? Well, I mean, it would be rich for me to judge someone for having background gameplay in the fucking, for their commentary videos, but it's just like, it's a dumb nitpick. It's like, if you're gonna have background gameplay, play a game that you're fucking good at, dude. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, Minecraft parkour instead. Yeah, true. Okay, so Bonnabelle, she made the joke. That's what's going. I get if it's dark humor, but she knows about the allegations, in my opinion. Okay.
Hey, there's one child to...
I mean, but this is not so far. I mean, it might be worse from this point, but it's like, so far it's not anything new. Like, this Bonnabelle person has already, like, thoroughly discussed, like, inappropriate adult topics with the other adults in the fucking server. Like, in regards to, like, Lily and fucking Poppy and Xena and shit like that, but also, like, Courtney giving that fucking terrible advice where she fucking victim blames Bonnabelle for adults talking sexually to them because Bonnabelle was the one who brought up the sexual topic. Like,
many, but the fact you're playing into Bond's emotional and parasocial attachment by making him privy to heavy discussions of his trauma,
sure, yeah,
and discussions of rape, incest, and pedophilia is baffling to me. Why was that necessary? And again, we've settled at exposing kids to entirely unsuitable topics, talking about incest porn and even educating an underage Bonnabelle on what hentai is, because that's normal.
I'm sorry, what? Wait, no. Actually, we haven't seen this screenshot. What? So once Lily is sharing a screenshot, I even like Poppy. She's out of context because Poppy started showing them out of context. She's deleted Poppy to say her incest porn. Okay, I don't feel bad for Also, Lily and Poppy are both stupid on incest. It's a kink you just don't understand. It'll gag with sandpaper for. Okay, humans are not animals. Okay, I just don't fucking care about your stupid. Despite what hentai and Lily and Poppy will say to. What's hentai? Oh my god, dude. How old is it? Wait, so how old is Bonnabelle in 2024? What's hentai, dude? Just like, why are you explaining it to a fucking kid? Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit.
Incest porn and even educating an underage Bonnabelle on what hentai is, because that's normal.
Okay, so Bonnabelle is underage in 2024. Okay. It's on the internet. Han, Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn. Why are you telling a fucking minor where to find and access pornography? Stop fucking doing this, dude. Oh my fucking god. I mean, but here's the thing too. Courtney isn't doing this to like groom Bonnabelle. I don't see any intent of Courtney grooming Bonnabelle and shit like that. Because like you would think if this was the case, and even by Bonnabelle's own admission that was shown earlier, that Courtney was not like in the DMs trying to rizz up this fucking minor and shit, right? But it's just so fucking like, dude, just how hard is it to not talk about sexual shit around children and not explain internet pornography to children and where they can fucking find it, dude? And no non-anthro animals. Furry porn is where the big bucks are. Dude, oh my god, dude.
Not
Jesus
predatory
Christ.
and irresponsible at all. And instead of stopping the conversation here, we continue to talk about...
Yeah, she just fucking continues. She just has no concept of like fucking what is appropriate to be talking to a kid with or about. Do we have to watch all this? Yep, I want to tear it limb from limb.
Different kinds of porn, and the fact you can make money by drawing porn.
Also, why can't Hidden just say Bonnabelle is 17 here? I'm not entirely clear because they said Bonnabelle was 19. I'm assuming in 2025. So it's I don't know how old they are on this side. But even still, like if Bonnabelle is 17 years old, you shouldn't even be doing this. You shouldn't even be doing this, right? As Courtney, you shouldn't even be doing this, even if Bonnabelle is 17, right?
With a child.
It's just I would like to know like the timeline of like how old is Bonnabelle around this time, just so I could be like familiar with the timeline, right? We A-logging Hidden, yep.
Along with talking about the porn Lily likes and commissions, again with Bon.
But it's also illuminating. To be fair, as much criticism as I would give Hidden, it is illuminating, right? Like, because I didn't know about half of this fucking shit. I knew Courtney was a fucking freak, but like I didn't know it went this fucking far. It's always an excuse to trans. Okay, wait, hold on. What is Hidden's introduction to the screenshot?
With a child. Along with talking about the porn Lily likes and commissions, again with Bon, a minor being present.
Okay, this is more or less the same fucking thing.
And this is a side note, but it's so disgusting to see Bonnabelle speak about his faith, and he follows this up by talking about how his faith...
Lily got me back into praying to God. Great. This sounds like a joke.
Helped him through the most traumatic experiences in his life.
Oh, I haven't prayed in a while. It only happens when something really bad happens. Okay, well, maybe it's not a joke.
Life that I'm not choosing to blast to the world, only for Courtney to pivot to how God allowed...
Tips for Dora. God is the one who put the option of baby rape on the table. I personally can't believe in anything benevolent and sentient based on that alone. Tips for Dora. Thank you for the Reddit gold, kind stranger.
Baby rape and trying to dismantle Bond's faith on the basis of her perception of God and faith. And frankly,
that's just a fucking annoying Redditor award goes to Courtney.
That's where I'm gonna leave this section at. Again, I'd rather not overwhelm you all with screenshots.
You've already done that.
This video is long enough as is. The main takeaway should be that while there were improvements on the security of the servers, such as no longer allowing provocative or not safe for work,
well, that
pictures along with
banning the pictures doesn't mean shit. You're still allowing the conversation.
With better moderation and finally age-gating the 18+ sections, there's still just as many flaws as before, if not made worse this time around. But there's one thing in this server that genuinely crosses a different kind of line, and it's something Courtney conveniently never addresses when confronting her allegations. During one of her suicidal
Dude, you see Sin just plays like a fucking retarded dipshit. What is this flank?
Thing in this server that genuinely crosses crosses a different kind of line.
He doesn't even...
And it's something Courtney conveniently never addresses when confronting...
What the fuck are you doing, dude? This guy's fucking retarded.
Crosses a different kind of line. And it's something Courtney conveniently never addresses when confronting her allegations. During one of her suicidal episodes, Courtney goes into the non-age-gated venting channel of a server, where multiple children have access to and frequently post in, because, reminder, a lot of children in Courtney's spaces are either victims of CSA or abuse in general and view her server as a safe space they don't have elsewhere, and begins venting about wanting to kill herself, since she's at the risk of going homeless. She goes on a long tirade
because you cheated on your partner, just to be clear.
About
you're a fucking dipshit.
Everything that's wrong in her life. And to make it clear, I'm not shaming Courtney for being suicidal.
I am.
Ideation cannot be controlled, and I'm genuinely understanding of the fact that Courtney struggles with her mental health. But what she doesn't get to do is put the burden of comforting her and stopping her spiral on the children in her spaces, especially the ones that are attached to her on an emotional
yeah, like, this is just obvious.
level, and look up to her. Because here's the thing, it's Barnabas.
I don't want to fucking read all this shit.
A child who calls her mom and generally adores her to levels of replacing his biological mother with her.
Oh, so this is where this comes from. I've heard, pray tell, okay, of this. Yeah, Courtney was like fucking like ideating in front of like minors, like getting them to like stop her from like killing herself or some shit.
That tries to talk her down from her spiral. How do I know this is Bond, by the way? I can see it in the experts.
Oh, you mean like the suicide hotline? Yeah, just what is the point of venting about it on Disney? Yeah, just go talk to literal professionals that could help you. Like these minors cannot help you with this, Courtney.
Of the server, meaning
I'm sorry about last night. I don't know if I scared you or not, but I'm sorry I did. The kind of person who needs to say things so that I don't do them. Okay, say it to a person on the suicide hotline, Courtney. So I have an tendency to stick to myself in loud ideation in order to solidify. Okay, especially add this to the list of reasons why you shouldn't allow minors in your fucking server. Okay, Jesus Christ, man.
She did this to a vulnerable teenager that's been around her since he was 16 years old and saw her as his actual mother, actively telling this child that his input was worthless and unhelpful. A child that...
Wait, what?
She did this to a vulnerable teenager that's been around her since he was 16 years old and saw her as his actual mother.
So, since they were 16... So they might have been 17 in 2024.
Actively telling this child that his input was worthless and unhelpful. A child that, as we touched upon earlier...
Did she? In that screenshot? She told him that it was worthless? Okay.
Telling this child that his input was worthless and unhelpful. A child that, as we touched upon earlier, has heavy trauma associated with adults in his life being suicidal and making attempts on their life. And I know the conversation I'm using came after the suicidal ideation, but Courtney and Bond frequently talked, and Courtney seems very aware of Bond's issues, so it wouldn't surprise me if she was aware of this even before the conversation happened. And sure, Courtney...
Wait, aware of what?
That, as we touched upon earlier, has heavy trauma associated with adults in his life being suicidal and making attempts on their life. And I know the conversation I'm using came after the suicidal ideation, but Courtney and Bond frequently talked, and Courtney seems very aware of Bond's issues, so it wouldn't surprise me if she was aware of this even before the conversation happened.
Hey, this is speculation by the fucking way. You have no way of proving this.
And sure, Courtney apologizes by justifying her behavior. I need to say things so I don't do them. Downright saying, I needed to terrify you with the prospect of losing me. Someone you...
Way to put fucking words in her fucking mouth. You don't need to... Courtney is a fucking psychotic, retarded bitch. You don't need to put words in her mouth. You could just show her acting like an unhinged maniac. Okay? What the fuck is this shit? Okay, so this might have been what the person, the unnamed actor, was referring to. Okay? When they said fucking... Hidden just assumes malice and just doesn't prove it. Like, it's just okay. I've heard that Hidden doesn't match what she say with the screenshot on the screen. No, yeah, that's happened multiple times already.
As a parental figure for my mental health, making the apology useless. I think Courtney's genuine lack of understanding what she had just done to this child is surprising, and while I absolutely...
Is it surprising? She's been nothing but completely tone deaf throughout this entire fucking video so far.
Absolutely understand people have different ways of coping with their ideation. Courtney was in a server full of young children and adults that all have pre-existing trauma and looked up to her in one way or another, expecting the server to be a safe space, which it was at the advertised for, only to see the person in charge of the server use it as venting grounds for things they feel they have to assist with, but can't because they're children. This is what I mean when I say Courtney's trauma needs extensive work offline, because she's actively harming people around her by treating her server and spaces as her personal venting ground.
Sure, I agree. You don't need to put fucking words in her mouth to make that fucking point.
With no regard for who she might be negatively affecting in the long run. As a side note, this entire thing only stopped because other members had to go and bring her in because Courtney wouldn't do it herself.
You need to go talk to Courtney now. She's someone just let me know that she's dumping suicidal rant on a teenager that sees her as a parent. She cannot be doing that shit. Wait, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this person? Sigh on it. Dude, oh my god. This is like the fucking, like, the lollipop guild. Like, fucking get it. We have to band together to help Courtney and stop her from killing herself. Holy shit, dude.
And despite everything, despite the inappropriate conversations around him,
dude, Sin plays like a fucking dipshit. He just keeps dying over and over and over again. Dude.
She wouldn't do it herself. And despite everything, despite the inappropriate conversations around him, the normalizations of being involved in these topics, and learning that the responsibility is on him to speak up when—
And then he shouts for the Emperor. Yeah. You died, you killed a nobody and died like 20 times for the Emperor. Okay, I'm sure he's very proud of you, dude.
Adults engage sexually with them. Bonnabelle is still in contact with Courtney until
Jesus fucking Christ, for real? Okay, no, this is Bonnabelle. Okay, I was gonna say, how dare you remove the comments on the channel? Vor 9 Stunden. What is that? What is that? 9 months ago or some shit? Okay, yeah, Bonnabelle is still in her fucking community.
Today, actively defending her in comment sections, being in her streams, such as the one where Courtney is defending her allegations, and is still in her server, which we'll get to later, which just showcases how far Courtney's influence on Bon goes. Bon knew Courtney since he was 16 and is now so—
I mean, I hope you're not gonna frame it as predatory, because it's seemingly not. It's just like, it's just a fucking inappropriate relationship, because Courtney has no idea about, you know, she has no concept of inappropriate conversations with children. She just has no idea like what that means, and treats Bon like she's of this person is of the same age as her, and she could totally just say whatever she wants around them and shit like that. Like,
deep in the sauce that not only does he—
But I mean, we're so beyond the fucking point. Like, Bon is currently like 19 years old. I mean, at this point, I just don't fucking care that they're still talking, right? I could look at the past action and see like, yeah, that was reckless. That was irresponsible. That's fucking shitty. That's retarded of her, right? But it's like, at this point, it's just, I kind of just don't care that she's still talking to them.
Not recognize Courtney's behavior as completely unacceptable, downright laughing when concerned people reach out and try to confront him on it.
Bonnabelle has been confronted about getting groomed by Courtney. That didn't happen. Because grooming kind of requires like intent to like sexually exploit them in some way, shape, or form, which seemingly did not happen, right? It's just Courtney talked about inappropriate topics around this fucking person when they were a minor, right? Which that on its own isn't grooming. That on its own is not fucking grooming, right? Grooming is a process, okay? And it seemingly never— Courtney's relationship with Bon seemingly didn't go beyond this, unless Bon is the person that Courtney was teaching to masturbate and shit like that, which that's more circumstantial evidence. Like, maybe there's something there, but I mean, ultimately, behaviorally speaking, I'm looking at Courtney and I'm seeing her as like, she sees herself as like this internet mom that has to like assert herself as an authority in children's lives whose parents aren't there for them, right? And it's just like, she has no concept of why that would be like fucking inappropriate, and she literally treats these random fucking kids online as if they're like literally her fucking kids, and she could just talk to them however which way she fucking sees fit, right? I learned today it's been going on for 2 years. Oof. He didn't want to accept it though. It's tough to come to terms with. I mean, well, just, you need to show that Courtney is like soliciting Bon for like sexual interactions. You have to show that happening, and I just haven't seen that. Yeah, Blank was on the main on confronting, and she ended up crying in frustration, and Bonnabelle just ended up saying womp womp and laughing at the fact that she was crying. What? Now Angel is coming to terms with the fact that you tried to warn people months ago. Shrug. Consistent Bonnabelle pattern of behavior, and yeah, I'm just full right about things. Okay. Whatever.
But also sticks around, adopting Courtney's views and values on things, defending Courtney's asinine and insane.
Maybe Hidden's problem is based in misunderstanding due to language barrier, and you're giving her too much fucking credit. What she is doing and what she is arguing is just like logically it does not check out, right? If you're gonna be like good faith and you're gonna be like, because language doesn't matter. Logic is always going to be the same. Language or logic is like cross-cultural, right? Like 2 + 2 will always be 4. It doesn't matter what language you're speaking, right? Like the problem, I mean, even still, like Hidden seems to have like a Western understanding of minor and adult relationships, right? Like, because even in her own country, the age of consent is 14. In Germany, the age of consent is 14, right? But she's still rightfully seeing these kinds of interactions as inappropriate, regardless of whether or not these kids are over the age of 14, right? So she seems to have an understanding of that these things are bad, but she doesn't bother thinking beyond that. She doesn't bother like articulating why these kinds of interactions are bad or wrong. And she doesn't bother like employing like any sort of like good faith to these kinds of interactions. She just kind of just assumes malice, right? That's the fucking problem, right? Like the language has nothing to do with that.
In actions and engaging with a community that Courtney has built, none of which seems to be healthy for him. But as we're gonna touch upon later, this is neither the first nor the last kid Courtney did this to. For now, I'd like to focus especially on Bonnabelle and how he's been conditioned by Courtney to accept extremely inappropriate conversations happening
You've already shown this.
around him. How he's been told that if adults engage with him in conversations of sexual topics, the burden is on him to speak out.
Okay, she's just summarizing, I guess.
Which now makes sense, because Courtney was one of the adults that frequently spoke inappropriately around him, downright exposing him to rape, incest, and porn he clearly hadn't had.
What do you mean exposing? She exposed him to the topic of this, and she didn't do it in the way of like trying to groom him. She did it in the way of just like talking in meta about the topic, right? It's being like, yeah, this is wrong, this is fucked up, or hey, this is a thing that's happening somewhere else, right? She's not why is it being phrased so fucking maliciously?
Knowledge of before, and not discouraging him from seeking out to expose himself to more, such as him joining Poppy's
What the fuck?
before, and not discouraging him from seeking out.
She did discourage him. You showed the screenshot. Courtney literally said, I would rather you not join the server. Dude, lying. Hidden heroine, lying.
To expose himself to more, such as him joining Poppy's and Xeno's server, and including him in special little sections of her server that others didn't have access to. Now, I don't use the word grooming lightly. I don't.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Do not fucking call this shit grooming. If you call this shit grooming, dude, you're cooked. You're actually gonna make me fucking defend Courtney. I fucking hate you.
And I shouldn't. But this time, I have to use it.
Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what that word means. You're fucking stupid. You're retarded.
Courtney groomed Bonnabelle.
Oh my god. Dude, she's so fucking retarded, man. Dude, oh my god. Yeah, she doesn't know what that means. Grooming implies intent of some form of sexual exploitation. Show me where. Okay, maybe there's a screenshot. Maybe Hidden Heroine was pocketing this legendary screenshot to drop on us at this moment to sort of blow us away, wow our minds. Okay, maybe there is a screenshot, but like so far from what you've seen, no, it was not grooming. It was inappropriate interactions and conversations around and towards children, right? Talking about rape fetishes, talking about fetishes. She was dumb as fuck to blame Bonnie for complaining about adults talking sexual towards them, right? Like maybe, and wait, no, even Hidden in this video, she says that she could see that maybe Courtney was arguing that like, hey, Bonnabelle, you should not be like having sexual conversations with adults. You should not be bringing that up, right? Like maybe that's what Courtney was trying to get at, but then she just assumes malice on that action.
Courtney conditioned Barnabelle into accepting sexual topics around him, actively pushing him nose first into it at times, along with educating him on sexual content and discussing it.
Was there intent to exploit? Right? Because there's a huge difference between having irresponsible conversations around children, right? In regards to talking about sensitive topics like rape, blah, 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 all this fucking shit, right? Versus like doing that to whittle away their boundaries so that you could exploit them sexually, right? Did that happen? Because you haven't shown it. You haven't shown that at all.
Around him. Courtney conditioned Barnabelle from loving and making excuses for his mother into seeing her as merely his birth giver.
You're just assuming malice. You just, what the
and replacing her with Courtney.
You don't need to do this. You don't. There are plenty of fucking criticisms. Dude, this is the same shit as Go Cato. This is the same fucking... Dude, she learned nothing. She learns nothing, dude. Oh my God. Dude. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, bro. She's just assuming malice again. Dude. This fucking video sucks ass.
He conditioned Barnabelle into thinking all her behaviors around him were completely acceptable, causing him to downright laugh of concern.
They were okay. There was the one screenshot where she victim blamed Barnabelle for adults talking sexually towards them, right? There's that one screenshot, but overall, hold on, what is Hidden saying?
Thinking all her behaviors around him were completely acceptable, causing him to downright laugh of concerns when they are bluffing his birth giver and replacing her with Courtney. Courtney conditioned Barnabelle into thinking all her behaviors around him were completely acceptable.
She definitely normalized the topics. She normalized the topics being discussed in the server freely, right? But again, you have to show intent. You have to show intent with that. That Courtney intended to sexually exploit, and that just did not happen.
Causing him to downright laugh of concerns when they are...
When I look at something like Leo and George Raccoon, right? There was clearly intent, right? All the evidence point that there was intent to exploit Leo, right? He was slowly but surely getting Leo to engage directly in his sexual fetish. Directly. And that happened multiple times with multiple other minors. And even in the DMs with Doodle Tones, George literally straight up admits that the reason why he reached out to minors on his NSFW account was to get them involved in the thing that he said was his fetish, right? That's grooming. That's grooming. That fucker was grooming children, right? With this, it's just like, I don't see any intent to like exploit. I don't see any intent to exploit these fucking children. I just see Courtney acting recklessly and irresponsibly and assuming the role of a parent over someone else's fucking internet child, right? Like, just irresponsible. That is what the point. You should hammer on that. Hammer on that, because you can prove that. You can show that. Everyone can agree on that. This is entirely speculative and just made up fucking fan fiction in your fucking head, right?
Blown his way. Sure, Courtney didn't groom Barnabelle with sexual...
She assumes malice every time. Dude, I went back and I watched this fucking Cope and Seed stream. Hold on, where is it? I went back and I watched this Cope and Seed stream. Dude, she has done this since the dawn of her existence in this fucking space. This was generally the first drama that Hidden... I've yet to watch this. This is the first drama that Hidden was involved in, was the Lio coup, right? And she just, instead of trying to understand the nuance of the situation that Peaches was feeding Hidden, she just assumed malice on Lio's end and agreed to like op him out of the fucking Senate, right? Just blindly, just assumed malice. Like she's always fucking done this shit, dude.
Towards him, at least not provingly in any place I can see, but Courtney did...
Wait. Dude. What?
Causing him to downright laugh of concerns when they are blown his way. Sure, Courtney didn't groom Barnabelle with sexual intent towards...
Oh my fucking God. It gets worse. It gets worse. It's grooming but not grooming. Guys, it's grooming but not grooming, actually. Okay, cool. Sick. Yeah, sure.
him, at least not provingly in any place I can see.
But we'll assume that there is. We'll assume.
But Courtney did condition Bonnabelle into an emotional reliability.
Hold on, I need to close my door. Fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude. This fucking video is so atrocious. It's so fucking atrocious. Okay? It's so fucking atrocious. You know what? You know what? I almost want to do it. I almost want to be like, Falji, do you want to watch this video for a stream? I'm very curious because maybe I'm biased. Maybe I am biased because I literally hate this bitch. I literally fucking hate her, dude. She is evil and she's rotten. Okay. And she is trouble. Okay. Maybe I'm biased. I want to see a non-biased actor watch this fucking video. Okay. What are the fucking comments? W hidden, dude. Reddit, you are fucking stupid. Okay. I want to talk to Reddy. Okay. First Parliament call. I want to talk to Reddy. Why do you like this video? Why do you like this video? I don't want to add him yet. I want to finish this video first. Okay. That will be the first Parliament call. Okay. I'm gonna bait this fucking guy. Okay.
An attachment and unfold.
Yeah, Schrodinger's groomer. Yeah,
purpose
exactly.
to gain a supporter that would stand behind her no matter what she does. And
wait, but that you're saying that's the intent?
Purpose. But Courtney did condition Bonnabelle into an emotional reliability, an attachment, and on full
sure, yeah, subconsciously. I don't know if that was the intent.
Purpose to gain a supporter that would stand behind her no matter what she does.
You're okay, assuming intent, and you have no means to prove that. Cool, awesome, great. Add that to the list of fucking retarded shit she says in that video. In this video.
Any child, now adult.
Wait, I just noticed something. This is frilled, this is frilled, this is frilled, and then it's just not frilled. Lazy fuck, lazy bitch.
To gain a supporter that would stand behind her no matter what she does. Any child, now
and then now it's magically frilled. Now it's magically frilled.
Adult that she can use as her personal emotional support whenever she needs one. And before you come for me, because this isn't based on sexual interest, which I know is the more widespread accepted definition of grooming on the internet, here's a definition of how Courtney sees grooming.
That's the other thing. Grooming is not inherently sexual. Grooming is the act of normalizing otherwise abnormal behaviors between people. That's it. Okay, so by Courtney's own standard, sure, she groomed Bonnabelle, okay. But Courtney is retarded, okay? And I'm not accepting this definition, okay? I'm going to say factually, by the definition of grooming, this person was not groomed, okay?
Herself.
And I don't know about you, but I don't fucking care about the esoteric definition of grooming where it's like, oh, you're grooming someone for the intent and purpose to prepare them for a certain action, right? I don't fucking care about that. I only care about the sexual grooming. Is it sexual grooming? If it's not, I don't fucking care. I do not give a shit.
Normalizing otherwise abnormal behavior between people, like discussing and educating a child on porn, rape, incest, and zoophilia, and
yeah, reckless, irresponsible,
pedophilia,
bad.
Or normalizing destroying the relationship a child has with their biological.
Normalizing destroying the relation. When the fuck did that happen? When the fuck did that happen? Did I miss that? Normalizing destroying the relationship a child. This is so fucking charged. This is such charged language. Holy shit.
Parent for no
I did not see that happen.
Parent reason other than to replace them with you. We're teaching a child that it's their responsibility to speak up when an adult is inappropriate around them.
I mean, it's not necessarily the child's responsibility because I don't expect children to have the wherewithal to like know when that's happening all the time. Because they're children and they're naive, but teaching a child is their responsibility. I mean, again, the point that generally I could see the point that Courtney was making, where it's like, hey, you should be taking initiative in identifying when someone is being inappropriate with you and shutting it down, okay, or attempting to shut it down, right? Which, true, I can agree with that.
And that they are to blame if sexual things happen around
that. She did kind of fucking do that, yeah.
them if they engage first. But Courtney's own admission, Courtney groomed Bonnabelle.
Sure, by her own but her definition is retarded. Her definition is retarded. I don't care.
Why would we trust Courtney? Here's a few other sources like the Children's Advocacy Project. Pay attention to where it says so they can abuse, manipulate, and exploit them.
Cool. That's great. Where did the exploitation happen? Where did that happen? Where did the to exploit and abuse them? Children and young people who are groomed can be sexually abused, exploited. So this is in reference to sexual exploitation. Where did that happen?
Like defending you, like defending your interactions with them, like.
Dude, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like Malcolm. This sounds like Malcolm when he says Lio is a fucking groomer. This is the same fucking logic. This is the same fucking logic Malcolm uses to call Lio a groomer. So if you are agreeing with this, is Lio a groomer? Is Lio a groomer? Didn't Lio kind of do this with Jordan? How does she shoot herself in the foot so much in just such a short span of time?
Being you emotional support despite them suffering through
Did Malcolm watch this? Dude, if Malcolm watched, I'll watch it off stream. I don't like watching other people's fucking streams, but on stream. But oh my god, dude. This is Malcolm uses this logic to justify calling Lio a groomer.
their own issues and them being a child that would inherently feel like they're responsible to keep you happy and assist you, like replacing their own mother and their mother standing with you. Or maybe closer to the definition from Gateway to Solutions. Again, pay attention to the part about
manipulate, exploit, and abuse them mentally, sexually, or physically. Dude,
building a relationship with the intent to manipulate and exploit mentally, sexually, or physically.
I could look at Courtney's relationship with Bonnabelle and be like, that's highly inappropriate. Shut the fuck up. I can say that's highly inappropriate, shouldn't have happened. And Courtney has no concept of boundaries in relation to like social boundaries. Like, hey, we shouldn't be like talking sexually around children, and we shouldn't be having like adult explicit conversations around minors and stuff like that, just out of principle, right? Like, regardless of whether or not your intent is good or bad or whatever, it doesn't matter. Just out of principle, you should just not be doing it. You should not be doing it. Grooming? No, I don't fucking see that.
Specifically, look at all the steps here.
It's a fucking reach.
All of which is something Courtney did.
It's the same reason why Lyle being a groomer is a fucking reach. That's a fucking reach. Okay?
Courtney built trust with Bonnabelle by actively supporting him at his most vulnerable, downplaying his mother and allowing Bonnabelle to...
But you say that, okay, so building trust with the intent to exploit. Just simply the act of building trust, building rapport with someone doesn't mean that you're grooming them.
Her mom, even downright seeing Bon state Courtney had replaced his actual mother. She built a close relationship.
That was fucking stupid, and Courtney should have shut it down. But like that, I just to ascribe malice to this, it's just dude, you're assuming.
To a point, Bon shared pictures of his baby sibling, talked in detail about his traumas and mental health, spiraled in her server, talked about his triggers and fears. She showed herself as a supportive, kind, and genuine person that Bon ended up looking up to and growing close to, up until today. Courtney maintained that role up until today, but Bonnabelle is
maintained the role.
Still an adult, and while there is no proof of Bon referring
she's so fucking stupid
to her as mom, Bonnabelle is still in her server, is still interacting with Courtney, and
so they were born in 2000. Ooh, I just noticed that. Okay, so they were born.
Bonnabelle is still
in 2007. So that would make them. I'm bad at math. Calculator. 18. They're 18 now. Okay.
In her server, is still interacting with Courtney and is still defending Courtney, meaning the emotional attachment and mentorship is still there. Courtney also actively played down
because they see Courtney as like a significant figure in their life, like a friend. So like, I mean, yeah, but like again, I don't see the fucking intent. I don't see the intent, right? I see Courtney basically being like, hey, I'm a motherly figure. I'm just trying to look out for people and trying to help people. And Bonnabelle seemed to appreciate that and looked up to them and stuff like that. And And even when if it was the case that Courtney was grooming Bonnabelle to be their like little fucking child soldier or whatever the fuck, why didn't Courtney tell Bonnabelle to infiltrate Poppy's server? Why did she tell them not to do that? You know, like I don't, that would indicate intent. That would indicate intent if Courtney is directing and giving commands to Bonnabelle to do their fucking bidding. But that doesn't seem to be the case. That doesn't seem to be the fucking case. Now, Courtney is schizoing out about certain people that she hates and dislikes, and that gives Bonnabelle a certain impression of those people, and that might get Bonnabelle to subconsciously do her fucking bidding, but Courtney isn't asking them to do that. We haven't seen that. There's no intent to do that, right?
On her behavior.
Which that's why you shouldn't be, like I said earlier, that's why you shouldn't be like associating with minors or having minors in your fucking community so they don't get wrapped up in your own personal fucking dumb shit. One of the many reasons why. But dude, I'm repeating myself, dude.
Regarding Bonnabelle in a stream we'll cover later.
It's Courtney, not... Oh, wait. Hidden also seems to put so much emphasis around the supposed sanctity in the relationship between mother and child. What harm is being surrogate parent to someone online? Well, I would say because it's Courtney fucking Pete, she shouldn't, okay? Because Courtney is fucking psychotic and retarded. And clearly, as we've seen, she has no concept of what is an appropriate conversation to have around children. But the intent seems to be virtuous, right? There seems to be virtuous intent. I don't see any malicious intent. I don't see any like it just does not read that way. It does not read that way. I mean, it's harmful because it's Courtney. Okay, yeah, it's harmful because it's Courtney, not because being a motherly figure is bad in and of itself. Yeah. So I kind of see what you're saying. So like, if there was a situation where an adult online, like an adult female, let's make it like, you know, because obviously if it was an adult man, obviously there's a lot of stigma around that. So let's say it's an adult woman who's online, who's existing in a online community with a vast range of age ranges. And this adult woman happens across a troubled child, and she decides to be like, hey, let me give this person advice. You know, let me try and like put them on the right path, you know, get them out of this bad crowd, you know, and try to look out for them in some way, shape, or form, right? That inherently isn't bad. You shouldn't do that because you're opening yourself up to get into some trouble because you're not an equipped person, right? It's always going to look weird when people are seeing you being a surrogate parent to like someone else's fucking kid online. But I'm not going to look at that interaction and say that that's predatory or that's grooming, right? Yeah, like, I see what you're saying.
She speaks for Bonnabelle even while Bon is present, making them assist in the downplaying of their relationship, even when Matt's...
It seems okay. Like if you want to say that Courtney was like zapping fucking psychic laser beams into fucking Bond's head to make them say that it wasn't grooming. Okay, I guess, sure. Fucking yeah, let's just make up Jewish space laser conspiracies while we're at it, dude. Fuck it, why not?
Bonnabelle and Courtney made it a point to discredit Matt as somebody...
Matt is just a dick for being the sake of dick. I think it's quirky. You have to remember that Bond, he is just words on a screen to you. You don't have anything to fear. I get that he reminds you of someone that he did shitty things. Don't fear him. Matt is a twat, but it sticks and stones Bond. He constantly snapped at people for the smallest of things and treated me like total crap, not knowing a certain rule in D&D. Okay. Wait, is this Bond? Matt doesn't have the power to do anything but be a twat. Okay.
Insane and untrustworthy, downplaying him as just a dick to Bonnabelle directly, which inherently would lead to Bonnabelle dismissing Matt on basis of his experiences, but also the...
Wait, did this happen 8/1/2024? Fuck me. Okay, 4851. Shit, hold on. Let me write this down because I'm gonna fucking forget this shit. Okay, so the screenshot happened 8/1/2024. Okay. And I am at 4851. 4851. Where is Mad talking about this? I think it was here. No. Where? Because this happened before or after? Fuck. Where did this happen? The screenshots where Mad is talking. Fuck.
And
That was mentioned earlier. Okay. No, not this. Still in the chat. Okay. Mad. Yesterday. Fuck, we don't know the date. You suck. Wait, unless she mentions it. Does she mention the date?
Fear is completely unacceptable, downright laughing when concerned people reach out and try to confront him on it, but also sticks around, adopting Courtney's views and values on things, defending Courtney's asinine and insane actions, and engaging with a community.
Okay, we don't get a fucking date. You suck. Because I don't know if that's before or after. And the fact that you're not showing the dates or you're not being transparent about the dates tells me that there is a potentiality that Bond had the idea already in their head on their own that Mad was being a over concerned dipshit. Which Mad I think Mad had genuine concerns. I think Mad had valid concerns. But yeah.
Server talked of his baby
There is a chance that Courtney didn't put that in their head and then they just came to the conclusion on their own.
sibling, talked in detail about his traumas and mental health, spiraled in her server, talked about his triggers and fears. She showed herself as a supportive, kind, and genuine person that Bond ended up looking up to and growing close to up until today. Courtney maintained that role.
Okay, we already know this.
With his missing heel
Wait, I said 4851?
threatening, meaning she working, but also the view that Courtney has instilled him in as an authority he looks up to. And it ends up working. Bonnabelle straight up refers to him as just a crybaby and non-threatening.
10/10/24. Okay, yeah, this is like well after.
Meaning she clearly adopted Courtney's views on this. And lastly, creating
Okay, no, well, I mean, okay. If that timeline is correct, then yeah, sure.
secrecy. Courtney doesn't threaten Bond, at least not what we can see. But what she does do is teach Bond that the responsibility for speaking up regarding inappropriate encounters with adults lies with Bond, and that if Bond engages in that behavior,
How would that be creating secrecy? Because if Bond did feel at any point in time that Courtney was being inappropriate with them, which she was, that he would fucking like fucking dog. Dog keeps open up the fucking door. Fuck, what was I saying?
regarding inappropriate.
But yeah, it's not secrecy because the standard is that Courtney fucking whatchamacallit. Dude, how long have I been fucking streaming for? 2 hours? We're only fucking an hour in. Jesus Christ.
Encounters with adults lies with Bond, and that if Bond engages
So the standard was set though that if Bond felt that Courtney was being inappropriate, then Bond would speak out, right? Which Courtney was being inappropriate with Bond, but still, like,
just in that behavior.
that doesn't sound like she's trying to be secretive.
First, the adult is not to be blamed. This inherently is going to cause Bonnabelle to stay silent if an adult
How?
acts inappropriately around him or directly discusses sexual topics with him, because Courtney told them that you don't get to cry wolf if you engaged with it first, which means Bond would never.
But then she also said that it was Bond's responsibility to speak up if an adult is being inappropriate, which to some extent is kind of true because, I mean, how else would people know if an adult is being inappropriate with you as a child if you're not talking about it, if you're not willing to point it out? Very rarely is it the case that people can spot these things like from the outside looking in, right? It's usually like it's up to the kid to like speak out.
Feel like he could speak up about how Courtney acted around him, because in his mind, he engaged with it first, and therefore the responsibility is on him and not Courtney. Courtney even downright coaches Bonnabelle on not speaking up or being publicly angry about the grooming accusation, and telling
What? It's okay, Bond. There's no use of getting upset over a baseless accusation. Getting upset gives it... Okay, she's telling them not to get, like, fucking freaked out about it. Supposed victim actually know it the right way. Hold on. Getting upset is sort of validity in their eyes, so you want to help. Given you are supposed to be... You are the supposed victim. You wouldn't actually know right away if I was grooming. It wouldn't be noticed by outside parties likely before the intended victim. Only way to handle it is to laugh it off, have actual conversations where people are willing to have it in good faith. So yeah, I mean, this isn't telling them to be quiet about it.
asking him to stay calm because being angry will only raise suspicions more, and how people are
what the fuck? Again, they're just like assuming malice.
gonna think there's actual credence to these allegations if Bond publicly speaks about this and gets angry, and worse, Courtney downright admits to having influence over some children. And not only that, but Courtney—
Wait, does she? Hold on. Getting upset gives it some sort of validity in their eyes as much as you want to help. Well, they're saying not to get angry about it, but they're also saying, hey, the only way to handle it is to laugh it off or have an actual conversation where people are willing to have it in good faith. Or willing to in good faith. That's not her telling Bond to be quiet and not talk about it.
Bond publicly speaks about this and gets angry, and worse, Courtney downright admits to having influence over some children. And not only that, but Courtney does fast to secrecy in another—
because she acts as a fucking motherly figure or whatever the fuck.
way, by letting Bond about access information no one else could. The Lily Underground channel. A channel where intense sexual topics were discussed with no filter, where Bonnabelle got educated on things like hentai, zoophilia, pedophilia, incest, and rape, and a place he could never openly speak about because Courtney placed the caveat of don't share anything discussed in here onto the channel. And Bond, as emotionally attached as he was, would not want to—
Well, the rule was explicitly with screenshots. Bond could still talk about it, though.
break that kind of trust. The NSPCC even defines different angles of a relationship a groomer can build, including a mentorship and an authority figure.
Yeah, sure. You have to show that Courtney is intending to sexually exploit Bond, which you haven't done.
Of which could be applicable here. Now come for me all you want. Oh, Courtney doesn't have sexual interest in Bond. Courtney doesn't want to sleep with Bond or satisfy any sexual needs with Bond, at least not provingly so. No, but Courtney wanted an emotional bond with a minor that is so strong it replaced the emotional bond with that person's birth mother because of Courtney allowing it to, and now causes the person to defend Courtney.
Wait, just because she allowed it to happen, that doesn't mean that that was her intent.
That is so strong it replaced the emotional bond with that person's birth, provingly so.
Dude, just listen how she fucking words this.
No, but Courtney wanted an emotional bond with a minor that is so
wanted an emotional bond.
strong it replaced the emotional bond with that person's birth mother because of Courtney allowing it to, and now causes—
because she allowed it to. Because she allowed it to. That does not mean that she intended it to, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Hidden strikes me as the kind of person that would look down on people that go no contact with family. I don't know, maybe. Did you see Bonk produced a new 400-page doc on Black Griffin? To be honest, I'm in and out of the Bonk shit, right? I mean, it's not that it's not interesting. It's just around the time when the Bonk stuff was happening, I was looking into fucking doodle tones and shit. So
the person to defend Courtney whenever she gets—
yeah. This would be used against Lyle. Like she just has no fucking idea.
Attack, laugh of any concern, and remain in contact with Courtney to this day. Courtney actively allowed—
So basically, in this video, is what I'm understanding is that Lyle Convoy is a groomer by Hidden's own standards. By Hidden's own standards, Lyle Convoy is a groomer. He groomed Jordan. Yup.
Sexual discussions around this child, partook in it, and even educated this kids on sexual topics. You don't want to call it grooming?
Dude, what? Hello? Dude, what the fuck just happened? Everything just disconnected for a second. Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? My fucking my USB hub is like fucking up because everything connected to the USB hub just like fucking went retard mode.
Putting on it.
What the fuck? Okay, we're back there.
To this day, Courtney—
Hold on, I just realized my fucking thing's not working. Where is it? Oh my fucking god, it crashed. Dude, everything's falling apart. This is so fucked up. Okay. Blah? There we go. Jesus. Fucking Christ. Okay. There we go.
actively allowed sexual discussions around this child, partook in it, and even educated this kids on sexual topics. You don't—
Yep, irresponsible, reckless, not grooming, not predatory. You have to prove that.
want to call it grooming? Fine, but to condition a child to accept sexual—
I don't want to call it grooming. I think that's fucking ridiculous. I think literally by your own standards, Lyle Convoy would be a groomer.
content being discussed with and around them a graphic detail, invest in an emotional bond so strong that it replaces the one with their birth mother should be reason for concern, regardless of the semantic label you're putting on it. And it's obvious Courtney's influence—
It obviously is semantic. You say that like it's denigrating, like you're denigrating someone for having that opinion. It literally is semantics, right? Ultimately, at the end of the fucking day, we're arguing about the definition of fucking words.
Of Bonnabelle holds up until recent days. Blonde downright adopts Courtney's asinine claims of Beckett as a rapist and a creep, along with Courtney, and calls him childish. Bonnabelle comments on community posts, adopting the view that people calling Courtney out are merely throwing tantrums and just can't take no for an answer. So clearly, it worked. Courtney created someone who absolutely is dead set on looking past every flaw Courtney has, fully yes-mens her at every turn, and defends her.
That does not mean that they were groomed. That does not mean that they were groomed.
Wherever they can, and all that because Courtney has conditioned them to do just that since they were a minor.
Courtney conditioned them to do this on purpose, except not really, because that was ultimately the consequences prove the intent. Yeah, that's how it works.
By festering an emotional attachment with a mentally ill child at their lowest point. This is predatory. Whether
dude. God. So now Lyle Convoy's a predator. Okay, dude.
or not, you want to call it grooming, and it deserves the scrutiny it has gotten. Now let's talk about Courtney's more public.
You can scrutinize it and not call it grooming. Okay, this is fucking stupid.
Engagement with his A and CSA allegations and allegations of grooming, though. I specifically wanted to insert the next two sections, despite them mostly already being public and known to most of y'all, because it is baffling how Courtney will proceed to speak about grooming.
Yeah, well, way to throw Lyle under the fucking bus, dude. Oh my god.
Techniques as A and CSA in the eye of the public, and not for him.
Dude, she is an op. Dude, it's always, dude, this has always been the fucking plan. Oh my god. Hidden Heroine never gave up on the op. She's still on the op against Lio, dude. This is so crazy, bro.
Moment recognizing that any and all misdemeanors she points out are directly applicable to her and her actions. The only difference being that her actions weren't just public until now. Given that we are going to discuss Courtney addressing her,
they were in a public server. You could join. Anybody could join. It was a public server, right? It's only when you say that like as if she was trying to hide it, right? This stuff happened public. How else did you get the screenshots?
Soonish in this video, it's important to me that you hear her standards regarding these things directly from her, and they are the most obviously publicly addressed in the two situations we will cover next. I'm skipping a bunch of petty
the Black Griffin. Oh my fucking god, fucking kill me.
Personal bullshit in between her servers and now. The interpersonal beef is about someone, according to Courtney, cosplaying as.
Dude, this video is long as fuck, and there's just so many issues with it. I'm gonna 53. Hold on, it's 53. So this is like. Oh my god, this is like 30 minutes basically. Fucking hell.
Lily Orchard, a pedophile and a rapist, and Courtney and them being at each other's throat over this because a lot of people disagreed with Courtney's spin. The reality is, Say Scribbles made a parody of Lily Orchard's video in style for April Fools, something I would personally disagree with as I find it very distasteful, and Courtney proceeded to go mental over it. I will not talk about that in detail because there's frankly more important things to talk about, but I know people would demand a mention of it or inquire about it if it was missing, so here.
I mean, I feel like that's just the bombshell of this fucking video. I want to play a game in the background, dude. I need something to stim my fucking brain, dude. Holy fuck.
You go. So what's more important? Courtney attempted to gain more of a platform by covering Assay and Predator allegations. We have finally arrived at the Black Griffin allegations. Again, I'm not here to cover those. Go watch Beckett, who actually talks to Claire and Michelle, the alleged victims, link in the description. TLD.
Oh, Beckett, the guy who thinks you're a malicious, evil, nasty fucking bitch. Yep. I do watch him.
Black Griffin was accused of having groomed his now wife Claire, Sweetie Belle's voice actress, since she was 13, and Michelle, Claire's best friend since child.
I do hope Hidden points out that, like, Courtney is the whole entire fucking reason why rape was ascribed to what Emu Emmy had with Saber Spark. Emu Emmy did not have it in her head that it was rape until she talked to fucking Courtney. Courtney was she lauded this as if it was a badge of honor. Like she had to talk with Emu Emmy, and she said, "Oh wait, no, haha, that was rape. You got raped," and that's what turned this into a rape allegation. It was because of fucking Courtney. Dude.
Childhood and Applebee's voice actress. Claire and Michelle vehemently refute this, and there is, to my knowledge, no conclusive evidence on whether or not this did occur, but rather people going off of speculation and testimony from people. This feels weirdly familiar. I'm not here to cover this or place judgment on whether or not Gabe is or isn't a groomer. I have not looked enough into the situation to make an end-all be-all statement, but I
mean, sure, yeah, the video's not about it.
Will agree with what many other creators have said. Seeing Gabe and Claire's relationship as morally objectionable is fine. That's between you and your morals. Even calling Gabe out for festering
morally objectionable? I mean, it's just fucking weird, because they started dating and romantically interacting with one another when they were both adults, right? He met her when she was a fucking kid and shit, and yeah, that's like really fucking weird. He was like in his mid-20s, and Claire was like fucking like 14 or some shit, right? But as far as we've seen, nothing fucking crazy or untoward happened between them, right? I mean, you could look at it as like, oh, you knew her when she was a fucking teenager, and you were like a mid-20-year-old fucking adult, right? Like, yeah, that's obviously going to be weird as fuck, right? But it's like immoral.
social relationships applying into them, as was apparently the culture in the brony fandom back then.
I'm not arguing against Hidden. Like, Hidden's not giving her take on it or whatever. She's kind of just being like, think what you think about the situation, but I'm just giving my take.
Is completely valid. Having the ick is valid. Presenting sexual misconduct allegations as a fact when there's, to my knowledge, no conclusive evidence is not. And screeching over the affected fully adult people isn't either. Now, Courtney...
You mean like what you just did? I'm sorry, what was that phrase?
Is valid. Presenting sexual misconduct allegations as a fact when there's, to my knowledge, no conclusive evidence is not. And...
You did not literally say this right after you did what you just did. She has the self-awareness of like a fucking dodo bird, dude. What game is this? Get to the orange door. Dude, she has the self-awareness of an actual fucking like retarded animal. Like, just, you did not just say that. You did not just say that.
Screeching over the affected fully adult people isn't either. Now, Courtney has an actual clear bias here to stat out. She thinks that anything stated in the Sophie Scruggs document she uses as evidence is true, and goes as far as to refer to Claire, the victim in her supposed narrative, as a child bride. Now, I don't really think that I have to tell y'all that this is something insanely fucked up to say about someone who you claim has been groomed since they were 13. This is just wrong, and as an advocate for Claire's victimhood, you shouldn't present yourself as...
Well, you could point out a child bride when there's evidence of someone being a fucking child bride. It's not like, it's not wrong to point that out if you feel like that is the case, right? It's not the case. It's stupid that she said that, right? But like, I don't know, just a moral fact about this point in particular is just so stupid.
This. Now, Courtney has made it a point to completely ignore Claire's repeated statements on this, unless they fit her narrative, and actively also made the choice to speak over her, in order to present her to the world as a poor victim that is just unaware of her victim status. I should not have to explain why screeching over a victim's voice because of your perception of a situation is bad. If you want to listen to Claire, go watch The Shaming of Saberspa by Cope and Seath, because Beckett actually gave a shit and reached out to the affected parties to elevate their voices, rather than shout them down in favor of his views.
You mean like what you did to Goat Kato? Anyways.
Courtney could learn a thing or two from that. Going back to Courtney's Blackcraft video, this is a knockout AliExpress version of what creators like Toastify and Tricky Tom do, released on the 30th of March in 2025. We've got dark, scary music along with deeply concerned sprites, which inherently, having that inspiration is not a problem, but these creators do research. Courtney, on the other hand, cites one specific document made by someone with a parasocial attachment to Claire that has been disavowed and downvoted by everyone who's ever seen it, and another person who is okay with being in contact with and actively defending a person that wants to fuck the minor character that Claire was voice acting for. We're talking about Sophie Scruggs and Bernie Fandom, and instead of doing her due diligence, reaching out to people or finding other resources, Courtney presents this as facts to her audience. In fact, she goes as far as to actively rope in people that are already biased in her favor, such as...
To some extent, I mean, like, journalistically speaking, you should reach out to, like, affected parties or, like, people that are involved in the situation to get sides on it. But I can understand looking at, like, a public situation or a public spectacle and, like, commenting on it and not having reached out to the parties. Like, if you're just simply doing a commentary on things that were already said publicly, and sort of like coming to your own conclusion, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong about that. It's just like, it's not going to be as good as like reaching out to the specific individuals themselves and getting like their take on the situation, right? Like, it's not like the worst thing in the world to not do that, right? But it's when you get into more private, more interpersonal relationships is when you should be reaching out to individuals, unless that stuff was already made public by them, right? Which I think by the time of Courtney's videos, there already was. No, yeah, there already was. Like, Bonk is like the origin of all that shit. So already at that point, I think, fucking, what's her face? Pony actor person, had already given their, like, public stance on the situation.
Sophie Scruggs, mentioned earlier, and then she's everywhere. Give it up for everyone's favorite copyright striker, KP. I originally didn't care to go into this video, and neither should you, because every person involved in the spreading of these allegations has had skeletons in their closet one way or another. Courtney as well. Courtney, KP is her own can of worms, as many people have figured out these days. And lastly, Courtney brings in Sophie.
If you're gonna do like a retrospective video, like covering each and every single individual like controversy of Courtney P, right, which seems to be the intent of this video, then you should be getting into the video. You should be pointing out what she... I mean, you could summarize it. Never mind. You can summarize it.
Scruggs, the maker of the document, who not only shared an account with Bernie Fandom, the main person pushing a lot of these allegations and a mess in their own rights, and someone who actively attacked Claire, but also Sophie actively engaged in an insanely parasocial relationship with Claire when Claire barely even remembered her. But upon actually watching this video, there's a few things I want to point out about it because it speaks miles about how Courtney is willing to treat predator allegations in favor of her bias. So let's talk. Courtney opens her video by talking about herself and Lily, using this time to actively compare what Lily did to what Blackcraft allegedly is committing by using words such as also.
Unfortunately, if you're going to know who I am, it's likely because my sister is none other than Lily's CD Call Orchard. For those who don't know, Lily was also a brony YouTuber who wrote multiple pedophilic incest fics, also brings children from her fan base to later date them, and sexually abused me for 7 years in her childhood. I've got a video about what she did to me, I'll link it in the description below.
This is insane, given that Lily actually has a documented history of her misdemeanors, such as an admission to writing Stockholm even existing, the old streams, and so on. Meanwhile, Gabe has a document written by a parasocial wannabe friend of Claire's, and bonk, this video starts off disingenuous. Cool. She then immediately admits that she's biased, openly refuses to be objective, and is basing her coverage on her personal feelings.
We laugh, we learn, we cope.
Wow, so Courtney is a bit more transparent than you.
With that being said, I just wanted to take a second to warn everybody watching that this video is not exactly going to be the most professional in tone. In fact, Gabe, buddy, if you're watching this, you're going to want to pause right here and go big girl panties because this is not going to be fun for you.
Dude.
I am not known for pulling my punches. I am not known for hiding my opinion. I am not known for being diplomatic or even kind to people whose actions I find problematic and predatory. And everything I've seen in regards to making this video gives me zero, I repeat, zero reason to be diplomatic or kind to you. So have a seat, sir.
A massive problem, given she's covering allegations that are serious, needing objectivity to discern what is fact from what is speculation. She makes it immediately clear that she's treating these allegations.
It's just Hidden Heroine cannot be making this fucking video. She is not one to be like, you shouldn't do this. Because like, wow, dumbass, you did that multiple times, not only in this video, but also in your past controversies.
As fact.
That I will not be prefacing my words with allegedly because I am 100% with my whole chest and without a doubt accusing Gabriel C. Brown of grooming his now wife for 7 years.
She did that and she's unapologetic. Right? It's one thing to have like fucked up like that and like maybe you apologize for it, maybe you see the error of your ways. She didn't apologize for it. She didn't. She stood on it. She stood on it. And by the way, on that iNut stream, I don't know if iNut's still watching. Fucking Hidden said that she would write a retraction of her claims in regards to Goat Cato Monday. It's Sunday. And it still hasn't happened. So, I mean, I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think there's going to be a total of zero retraction of anything, right? So, like, yeah, like you cannot be making this video finger wagging and moral fagging about this particular issue when you've yet to actually fucking apologize and own up for your personal fuck ups in a similar way, right? You just come off as a fucking hypocrite.
Years before marrying her. I am accusing him of sending a dick pic to a 13-year-old girl and for being an all-around predatory individual with no business being around anybody younger than him.
That's the thing. I don't know if that happened. I don't know if I've heard people. This is like a new claim too. This is like very, very new. Like that claim I think started this year, and the Black Griffin stuff has been litigated for like several years now at this point. The dick pic thing is just I don't know where the fuck that comes from. There doesn't seem to be any concrete evidence for it, though.
Which is an issue because not only does the main victim in this situation, a now 26-year-old, capable of making her own assessments and decisions, disagree with her take, but also because half her evidence is based on testimony and the other half is misframed screenshots and one Google Doc, rather than, oh, I don't know, actual facts in the victim's own words. Courtney also admits that she has yet another personal bias based on her own experience with an age gap relationship.
Sweetie Belle, best friend of M since childhood, a young woman 9 years his junior, and someone he had been an influential figure in the life of since her pubescent years, the talk quickly became more public of the fact that from all accounts, it looks like David groomed his new bride from the age of 14 until she herself pursued him when she turned 20. Now, I know some of my fans are thinking, Courtney, aren't you in an age gap relationship? Why, yes, dear viewer, I am. In fact, all I do are age gap relationships. You could say I'm fairly experienced in the matter. I was also an 18-year-old married to a 32-year-old, so I know from experience just how not kosher that kind of
Jesus fucking Christ, man. I mean, like, listen, okay. When I was like 22, okay, I was in a polyamorous relationship with a 30-year-old couple. So I mean, dude, it's just relationships like that are just doomed. They're doomed. I've not have seen it work, and from my experience, they don't work. Okay, you shouldn't be flaunting this as like sort of like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. It's like I could see like many issues with that. Okay, if Claire and fucking Black Griffin make it work, then good for them. But it's just like it's always gonna be like there's always gonna be that age gap problem. It's like there's going to be like a maturity difference to some extent, right? And it's going to like put strain on the fucking relationship.
Is.
This is so fucking silly. Your experiences are universal, Courtney, and they don't even apply here. Claire got married to Gabe when she was 24. That's a whole ass adult, whose agency you keep repeatedly undermining in favor of your narrative. Stop it. Get some help. Courtney then proceeds to imply that Michelle was also groomed by Gabriel, this time with the help of Michelle's mother.
In late 2013, while still singing in the U.S. Navy, he was approached by Monique Creever, mother and manager, momager, to the voice actress of Apple Bloom, who was 13 years old. Monique pitched to Gabriel C. Brown, a 23-year-old U.S. Navy singer with next to no credibility in the kids' entertainment industry, that she didn't know, the idea of him moving from the States to Vancouver, Canada, renting a room in her house, and working closely with her 13-year-old daughter on her singing career. This isn't speculation. This isn't a guess. We know this.
Well, Gabe wasn't. Gabe is Black Griffin, in case anybody doesn't know. Fucking Gabe was experienced in the industry. He was a success. He was a successful YouTuber, right? So I mean, like, it's not totally like out of the question or like not totally fucking weird on its own that she was basically wanting to whatchamacallit, collaborate with Gabe to like give her daughter a singing career and shit like that. Like, I mean, the parent seems to be acting like the fucking whatchamacallit, talent agent. Um, I mean, it's definitely weird. Like parents, I feel like parents shouldn't be their kids' talent agent when it comes to like acting and performance careers. Because it's just there's always gonna be some fucky shit, and it's like I don't know. I've seen it go wrong so many times. Like parents shouldn't be involved in that kind of stuff when it comes to their child's careers. Um, but it's not like automatically a bad thing, you know. It is weird. It is weird. Like, oh, you're getting this like 20 something year old guy to like collaborate with your like 13, 14-year-old daughter on a singing career, right? It is weird. It's always going to be weird that child actors like have some kind of like friendly relation with their adult peers in terms of like the acting scene. But I mean, like, again, it's going to come down to like whether or not you're like assuming malice, or do you have like substantive evidence for that, right? Gay stream for real, yeah, dude.
Because M herself has stated such in her own testimony, trying to debunk the fact that Gabe groomed his now wife. So, to throw it way back, my mom reached out to Gabe years ago when he was still in the Navy and suggested we work together.
Courtney just said that she wasn't gonna go into like the grooming thing. She's more concerned about the dick pic thing.
As she would do all the time as a producer with plenty of different people over time. My mom and Gabe's mom oversaw all business ventures, performances, albums, videos, etc. Seriously, who do you think supervised my social media for me when I was a minor and read all those disgusting rumors when they started? My parents.
Courtney's refusal to say names here makes things so fucking confusing. Michelle is Apple Bloom's voice actress, by the way, and Courtney almost makes it seem like she's saying that Gabe moved into Claire's house. She also spends an exhaustingly long time platforming Sophie's Kretz, and since Sophie is also the person who released the dog, Courtney based all her evidence on a biased source, meaning she's also accepting testimony from a biased source. I hate it here. Courtney then uses the opportunity to completely bastardize Michelle's testimony for her narrative.
An industry M herself recognizes as a predatory and unsafe one. We already know that statistically the likelihood of a child experiencing abuse in the home rises exponentially the moment you introduce an unrelated male to the situation. And Monique, apparently, by her own daughter's testimony.
Okay, dude, people who do this, they argue from statistics. Like, you sound like a race realist. You're like, well, if black people are 14% of the population, like, commit 50% of the crime, like, this is why you should always go, like, a case-by-case scenario, because that's the race realist logic, okay? It's like, so since we know that statistically when children are more likely to be, like, sexually abused when a unrelated male is introduced into the family household, like, okay, dude, what the fuck ever. Did it happen or did it not happen? I don't care. It's statistically likely.
Had such a habit of exposing her daughter to this risk that it was considered normal and okay by the time she was 13. Do you know who else's mother had a habit of exposing her daughter to dangerous and predatory people for the sake of her career? Jeanette McCurdy's mother. That's right, the I'm glad my mother is dead girl.
She entirely twists what Michelle is saying here, which is, hey, there's actual children being victimized in these spaces. I wasn't one of them, so stop muddying the waters with speculation. And Courtney does this to fit her narrative, and then proceeds to compare this to Jeanette McCurdy, which doesn't work as a comparison, because Jeanette...
Again, by the way, Hidden basically did this in this video. Like, literally the previous segment, she did this. Like, just completely baseless speculation. Like, it's stupid. Holy shit.
Actually came out about her mistreatment through her mother, her dangerous experiences. Meanwhile, Michelle is begging people not to speculate on her childhood, something Courtney is all too happy to do. She then uses Sophie's testimony again, treating it as a fact with literally no evidence.
Just because the alleged victim doesn't want you speculating on shit doesn't mean that you're not allowed to, just because they said that they don't want you to do it, okay? To some extent, the victim's like opinions don't fucking matter, right? Because we're talking about whether someone did or didn't do a thing, right? Like, I don't fucking care if a 14-year-old kid doesn't want to report their dad for like sexually abusing them. You should talk about it. You should talk about it, regardless of whether or not like the kid is okay with it or not, right? Because we're talking about like sex abuse allegations, like. Who the fuck cares?
It's being shown at all.
Apple Bloom's voice actress to full strength. This just sounds like how Hailey Bieber got herself in front of Justin Bieber.
Oh, really? I have no idea about that story, but that sounds creepy if that's true.
Well, long story short, Hailey Bieber was a Baldwin. She was Hailey Baldwin, and her father is very connected, so basically she had Jack on the strings to put her in front of Justin wherever the fuck he was.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Yeah, and she married him. Oh my god, that's totally creepy. I mean, that's totally cute, fine, right? This is exactly what happened with Gabe, and he just fucking did everything he could to put himself in front of her, and then once she was 18, or sorry, 20, oh, let's get married.
And then goes to compare the situation to Hailey Bieber, a woman she's completely fine with seeing mistreated.
What? I mean, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing because it's a long fucking video and I have a lot to say about it. I want to say, like, after the Black Griffin segment, I might drink. Might go on VR chat. I mean, no, because right now they're watching a movie and I don't want to fucking disturb that, so I'll continue to like stream. Fucking Nio wants me to watch this one thing.
by Justin, by the way, because Courtney can't comprehend the concept unless it's relatable to a celebrity drama she knows about, I guess. She then goes into Michelle and Gabe being speculated as a couple online.
While speculation of a relationship between Em and Gabe had been growing online for some time, Gabe's response to the situation was iffy at best. At worst, they read as someone who doesn't want to send the message that they couldn't.
I mean, it's gone wrong too many times for me to fucking do that, to do it. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it in like a private world, right?
Date to the person they're suspected.
But like I like socializing in VR chat with random, so like I can't stream
Dating. I'm like her brother, she's like my sister, we're like family, but the age gap isn't legal and the age of consent in Canada is 16.
And rather than not condoning the people shipping Gabe and Michelle and acknowledging that Gabe probably was uncomfortable with it, just assumes that Gabe is trying to tell people that dating Michelle would be fine, when in reality he was probably insanely uncomfortable with people assuming that he would date a minor at his age. She proceeds to read off sources about grooming as if that proves anything. Courtney then finally goes into Claire's and Gabriel's relationship.
Gabriel Brown claims to have met his wife when she was 20, marrying her not very long after, and brushes off allegations of grooming as not possible because they were hardly around each other when she was a minor. And if they were, it was strictly in a professional sense. Now, something doesn't exactly sit.
Which, if that's true, and it's seemingly true, then yeah, it wouldn't be grooming, because you would just be like making up fan fiction in your head at that point if you're going to accuse them of grooming.
Right with me in that statement, and it could be because in Em's testimony that she released in defense of Gabe and his relationship, she stated, "Gabe and I and my mom and dad and his whole family immediately hit it off. Our creativity, atypical brains, and sense of humor quickly bonded us together. Our families to this day are still very close."
Randoms at a bar. I disagree. Bars were always like really fucking awkward, and they're like not a safe environment, not secure. Like I've always had this fucking fear, you know, because like I'm a gay bottom and shit like that, that like if I get drunk enough at a bar, I might get like taken advantage of or some shit. I don't know. I just kind of don't want that to happen.
People said it was weird back then. It was just them either being creepy or jealous of a completely platonic but super fun siblinghood resembling friendship and family dynamic between all of us. Entirely irrelevant from any show or work projects. Those honestly just happen to be something we basically did for fun on the side. C has never in any way been duped into a loving relationship. She fully kickstarted it herself at a legal age. She texted him when he was back in Vancouver for a work gig and she was an adult. How do I know this with utmost certainty? We have been best friends since we were 7 years old. We talk almost every day.
First of all, she gets the timeline wrong. Gabe and Claire met when she was 20, and they got married when she was 24. Courtney deliberately makes the scene worse by presenting it as if they were rushing in to get married when they simply weren't. She almost had a good thing going here, where it'd be fine to think that Gabe and Claire dating is morally objectable because of the history, but instead she bastardizes Michelle's testimony to fit a narrative of grooming and the relationship being more than quote-unquote professional. Next, she gets into a weird conspiracy theory about how Claire must have met Gabe before she was 20, because Michelle and Claire were friends as kids.
While Gabe was living at your house, with your fun siblinghood resemblant dynamic, making it so the contractual obligations for Gabe were something we did for fun on the side, and C being your best friend you know everything about, she was never at your house? You never introduced her to your adopted adult brother? She never spent the night at your place while Gabe lived there? I personally find that hard to believe, but I digress.
This is just really uncomfortable, mostly because Courtney never reached out to Michelle or Claire and just presents her assumption of what must have happened as clear facts, actively bastardizing the testimony of the person she perceives as a victim. Courtney then tries to disprove Gabe's claim with a series of tweets and photos.
Believe, but I digress. It could be this selfie, posted in 2015 with Gabe and his now wife hanging out going to see the Book of Mormon with Em. It could be because this is the kind of tweeting Gabe was engaging in with his now wife as far back as 2014. It could be the tweets from 2016 from Gabe implying that he hangs out with his now wife more than other people. It could be the tweets that outright state, "I'm friends with the Cutie Mark Crusaders voice actresses." Or it could be that by 2015, Gabe's now wife knew how much he did her to swear.
He's talking in vague. He's friends with like all the fucking like actresses of My Little Pony. That's what he's saying. Like it's not specifically clear.
Or the tweets about his now wife's secret crush. Or the winking face on the tweet about who she ships herself with. It could be the tweets from both Gabe and his now wife using their family's age gaps as scapegoats for why a supposed relationship between the two of them wouldn't be that bad when she was 15 and 16. It could be the tweets about inviting Gabe to come take a dump with her when she was around 19. Or it could even be the picture of a 24-year-old Gabe putting the 15-year-old girl on his shoulders for funsies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll let you be the judge on what stinks here.
This entire segment is really disingenuous.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that we go from her literally assuming malice to like criticizing Courtney for assuming malice when it comes to Gabe's relationship with fucking Claire. Like, dude. What?
Because first of all, these tweets are presented as some sort of dark admission when most of them are easily explained. It's almost like Claire and Michelle were friends and hanging out with each other, sometimes including their families, given they're, minors, along with including Gabe, as he was living with Michelle's family, and that he was engaging with them and the fandom they shared and were a part of. The most I could possibly give Courtney here is that there's an admission that Claire possibly knew Gabe before on a surface level, and that Gabe shouldn't have encouraged conversations of shipping and such. But you're seriously mad at Claire, aged 19, talking jokingly about taking a shit with Gabe? Are you for real? Something I find extremely interesting on the topic of family is that Courtney decides to not mention Ian, Claire's father, at all. Ian is one of the biggest supporters of the idea that Gabe had groomed his daughter, except he's also provingly abusive and controlling, and Lazy Bedhead goes over this in their video that I linked in the description. And the fact that Ian made alt accounts, was in contact with Bernie Fandown, and is one of the most active actors in trying to push the story of grooming forward. Courtney chooses to conveniently leave out because a lot of support of the claims she's making are coming from a biased source, especially because Bernie Fandown, the main person making these claims, has defended Ian on multiple occasions, downright ignoring the abuse allegations that Claire put forward. Now there's two possibilities. Either Courtney didn't do enough research to be aware of this and mention it in her video, or she deliberately left it out because it would take away credibility Courtney from the only source she has. Neither of these are good options, and this reinforces why Courtney should not speak of these kinds of allegations, because she will put her personal emotions over the actual fact of the matter.
Just
which
like
can't
you,
when talking
by
about
the way,
predation.
just
And
like
as a side
you.
note, I find the way a lot of people treat Ian's involvement in this really disgusting. On one hand, at first he was just a father concerned for his daughter and the fact she might be in a predatory relationship, until that couldn't be upheld anymore because there was tangible proof of his antics, only for the narrative to switch into, actually, Ian's abuse made Claire go into another abusive man's arms, effectively weaponizing what Ian put Claire through to push a narrative over simply acknowledging Ian as a biased source and the abuser he is. That's fucked up. Don't do that. Back to Courtney. Cue the obligatory Saberspark mention.
Queens.
No, it's actually so much more fucked up, dude. Dude, Brony Fando, quite literally, is the A-log of fucking Black Griffin, basically the psychotic A-log of Black Griffin, because he had a crush on Claire's My Little Pony character, the character that she voiced, which was a toddler pony. Dude, Bonk is like fucking just such a massive freak, dude. Holy shit, dude.
I know some of Gabe's offenders, Saberspark, is going to come crawling out of the woodwork to tell me that those were just jokes, and I'd like to say something to that. He married her.
And he was an
No,
adult,
they weren't.
too.
And to the rest who are going to tell me she was an adult when they dated. So was Woody Allen's stepdaughter when he married her. It doesn't change the fact that being an influential part of that girl's life from the time she was 13 makes it predatory at the least and grooming at the most.
Which is honestly funny foreshadowing, because she will proceed to appear in a video about both the Black Griffin allegations and the Saberspark allegations 2 months later. I wonder if it's because she's mad at Saber for defending Black Griffin. Food for thought. Cue her talking about Nora, a parasocial superfan of Gabe's.
Okay, I'm just gonna drop this tweet here of a one Mr. Gabriel C. Brown, in his 20s and a semi-prominent figure in a children's show fandom, publicly tweeting a shirtless flirtatious picture to Nora, one of his most prominent fans.
Like,
Now-
I'm not against it going to bars and clubs. It's just like, I don't have many IRL friends that go to bars. They're mostly like at home. They're very like homebody people. So it's like there's not too many opportunities to go out and do shit, right?
I'm not saying that he tweeted that to Nora as plausible
But
deniability.
like I'm not gonna go to a bar by myself. Like that sounds fucking stupid. I don't want to do that.
That he wasn't aiming for his now wife, who was underage at the time to see the picture. Wait a second. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Kid Pony Club.
You don't have to agree with me on this part. I'll let you judge what this looks like for yourselves. But everything from the questions about dating M to the flirting publicly with a 14 to 16-year-old girl on Twitter is screaming, I have plausible deniability here, which is not something that an innocent person needs to have.
Just go to the woods, yeah.
Nora is, in current times, over 30, so she wasn't a kid at the time, something Courtney conveniently neglects to mention. And Courtney continues the segment by making up some weird theory about how Gabe is aiming for plausible deniability. What? The tinfoil hat is on. Also, again, Nora was a parasocial superfan, so the most I'd argue here is Gabe is being a dumbass for indulging the parasocial nonsense. The tinfoil hat does stay on for this next segment, though.
I'd like to take a second to point out that Gabe has been very vocal about the fact that he and his wife didn't do anything until she was over 18. And frankly, I'd like to ask, how'd you get to that decision? It's not like two average individuals who got together after the two were over the...
What?
How'd you get to that decision?
Well, that's what testimony is. Like, what do you mean? How do they get to that decision? It's like, oh, she's over it. She's an adult now. Like, I suppose it's not wrong to have some kind of sexual interaction, right? Like,
It's not like two average individuals who got together after the two were over the age of 18 ever caveat their relationship with, she was over 18 though. No, a statement like that says that you discussed it.
okay, she's just assuming malice. Okay.
That one or both of you put down the hard line of not till you were over 18, which means anything implying sexual contact was discussed before she turned 18. Which, need I remind anyone watching this video, is still a crime itself.
In here, Courtney
What?
Need I remind implying sexual contact was discussed before she turned 18.
Where is that implied? I'm sorry, what?
Age of 18 ever. It's not like two average individuals who got to ask. His wife didn't do anything until she was over 18.
Where's the implication? Okay, whatever, dude.
Claire before she was 18. In here, Courtney implies Gabe discussed sexual topics with Claire before she was 18, with no evidence other than, well, he said they didn't do anything until she was 18. Reminder that Courtney also keeps repeatedly getting Claire's age wrong here. Claire was apparently 24 when they got married. I feel it's really weird that in a video about how somebody was groomed, you can't even be asked to get the alleged victim's age right. Also, we just keep speculating.
Begs the question, why is it the first person you date and shove into the public eye is the same girl you groomed when she was a teen? Why
Again,
not marry?
I'm probably just gonna point this out every single time it happens. Again, it's so rich for you to fucking finger wag and moral fag about this shit, right? Appropriately calling this out, yet you literally fucking did that in the last segment. Like, just to be clear.
Someone your own age? Is it because women your own age can see your abusive, predatory, manipulative, and exploitative behaviors a mile away and have the experience with boundary setting that you can't dismantle and shape into a subservient puppet you want?
This time based on the idea that Gabe hadn't dated anyone previously publicly other than Claire, and therefore didn't want women his age, implying women his age didn't want him, immediately disproven because minutes earlier, Nora is mentioned in this video, his parasocial superfan, who clearly wanted him, along with other people in the mentions who clearly wanted him too. And because we haven't speculated enough, we now talk about Gabe's sexuality.
That's what it was. Yeah, I remember shortly after they got engaged was when he said that he was asexual, which, even if you are, that doesn't mean you can't abuse people. That doesn't mean you don't have the capacity to do things that are awful.
Especially when you're gonna sit there and be like, we didn't do anything until she was 18. Oh, but I'm asexual. Okay, so what's the anything? What's the we didn't do anything until? So what did you do when she was 18? But it's not possible to be sex because you're asexual.
and repair that with a
Anything is in reference to sexual. He didn't do anything sexual with them until after she was 18.
thinly veiled attempt to dismantle it under the guise of, but he said they didn't do anything until she was 18, as if that couldn't be non-sexual too, and trying to imply he's using it as an excuse, which, ew, but Courtney would never speak of a victim.
Not that I'm trying to be dismissive of his wife and her autonomy. I'm simply interpreting the actions of a fully grown man whom had no business flirting with a 16-year-old on Twitter, only to lie about it, start dating her before she could even drink in the country he lived in, and then marry that 16-year-old 4 years later. His wife doesn't have to identify as a victim for me to call Gabe's actions the grooming that they are, just as Hannah Mojo can call what Cody Code did to her the exploitation that it was without identifying as a victim herself.
Except she does, throughout this entire video, and never even once attempting to reach out to Claire or Michelle to get their side, much rather using the parasocial testimony from Sophie and the unnecessary input from KP, insane how she implies that a 24-year-old cannot make the decision she wants to date her partner, even if she's known him since she was younger, and implying that Claire not identifying as a victim isn't valid because Courtney has determined that Gabe's a groomer. She then proceeds to present a story about Gabe allegedly sending...
You can... It doesn't matter what the victims think. It matters whether or not it happened or not. It matters or not and whether or not something untoward or bad or nefarious happened. I don't give a fuck if someone who is objectively a victim of grooming, right? If we can come to that determination that, hey, you had a highly intensely inappropriate sexual relationship with someone who was 24 when you were like 14 years old, I could look at that and say that's fucked up, that's grooming. If the 14-year-old wants to say that that's not grooming, I don't care. Okay, I don't care that you don't think it was grooming. Okay,
13-year-old fan on Twitter a dick pic
publicly on Twitter with her story.
That's not
According to
the
her,
problem.
and frankly, I've got no reason to disbelieve her, Gabriel started tweeting back and forth with her when she was 13. A fan, and otherwise not supposed to be on Twitter. After Gabriel moved their conversations to the
it's a minor nitpick, but it just goes to show like how much nuance like is missing from this entire fucking thing, and Hidden's just like, yeah, you're just speaking for victims. Like, you're fucking stupid. You're retarded.
DMs, he gave this girl a nickname and began speaking with her casually, eventually culminating in one night sending this 13-year-old girl he had nicknamed privately a picture of his genitals asking if nickname liked, prompting the girl to delete her entire Twitter account out of fear of her parents finding out.
She presents this as absolute fact, despite it being entirely based on testimony, and says she believes it, based on checks notes, personal testimony, and her own bias. I'm not saying we cannot believe a victim coming out, but until there's hard facts, you cannot present a story as facts. I'm skipping a lot of the testimony she includes, by the way, because if you put Sophie, Courtney, and KP in a room, the collective IQ wouldn't even reach room temperature, so whatever. The one segment here is actually interesting.
The time victims speak out about this shit, it's never the first victim. It is never the first victim. So talking about how when she was 13, she got sent a fucking dick pic.
Again, we're applying statistics to like individual situations, like just because you arbitrarily determine that it's never just the one victim, right? That it's more likely that someone who has the habit or the tendency or the willingness to groom children, and that they're statistically also likely to have several other victims, right? That doesn't mean that it's just whatever. I'm being fucking autistic. There's barely any proof that Gabe groomed his wife or Michelle. A lot of Gabe's accusations barely have any proof, but it doesn't mean Gabe is off the hook. The guy is a freak. Oh yeah, 100%. The guy's like fucking weird as shit. Yeah, 100%. Right. But again, it's just, dude, it's just so insane how we're going to harp so heavily on Courtney doing this when Hidden literally fucking did that and has done that multiple times, right?
That is not the first dick pic he sent to a 13-year-old. That is not the first sexually charged DM he has sent to a 13-year-old. That's probably the 20th.
Which is where Courtney spreads the allegation of a 13-year-old being sent a dick pic as fact, and doesn't clarify that it's an allegation without any proof, and then segues that allegation into proof that Gabe must have done this to more people. Again, never having seen any evidence. By that logic, Courtney, we would have to assume you've spoken to more minors about orgasms and masturbations, or ideated in front of more children, and I'm sure you wouldn't like that line of argument. Courtney then talks about another fan coming forward who allegedly had similar experiences.
Started the process of making this video. Another past fan of Gabe has come forward with testimony and Snapchat logs of Gabe privately contacting her when she was a minor. This will also
Hidden doesn't even make good slop content. This shit's just straight from the ass. Yeah.
claims that Gabe sent her a dick pic, as well as used the same sort of language and exact same pickup lines on her that he did on the first girl that came forward. She's not released her name, and who could blame her after Gabe and his goons chased the first one off Twitter and accepted doxed information about the loudest whistleblower on this situation. I'm going to provide her screen recording of her conversations with Gabe now. You can pause to read them. Spoiler alert, the dick pic is not here, because as we talked about, a 13-year-old is not just going to save a picture of a grown man's genitals and keep it for years.
Wait, hold on. Where's the, hold on, I'm actually curious about this. She's showing the DMs, okay.
Information about the loudest whistleblower on this situation.
So, hold on. I have this set up stupidly, because if I expand this, yeah, it's just gonna, like, get cut off. Put it right here. I think, where is chat on the screen? Chat's right there, okay, yeah. Lol, you don't suck and answer some of your questions. I'm sure whether it be it'll kill it. Hey, how about that interview? Kinky boots.
I'm going to provide
Dude, what?
her screen recording of her conversations with Gabe now. You can pause to read them. Spoiler alert, the dick pic is not here, because as we talked about, a 13-year-old is not just going to save a picture of a grown man's genitals and keep it for years.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Why would that be your assumption? What the fuck are you talking about?
Despite none of the screenshots that are on screen as evidence actually showing that, and I couldn't even necessarily read the
Sure, alert, the dick pic is not here. The conversations with Gabe now. You can pause to read them. Spoiler alert, the dick pic is not here because
Where is it even implied?
as we talked about, a 13-year-old.
No, I'm sorry. He was a great man, and I was shocked too. Okay, past they're talking about.
Is not just going to save a picture of a grown man's genitals and keep it for years.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it just looks like she didn't even fucking show it. Okay, cool.
Despite none of the screenshots that are on screen as evidence actually showing that, and I couldn't even necessarily read flirting into these. At most, Gabe interacting with a fan when he shouldn't have. Courtney, however, presents these as if they somehow have the flirting in them and are proof
it's
of Gabe
not the worst interaction ever. It's just like the person literally said kinky boots. Like, okay, you should shut it down. Like the person that fucking kid was like fucking being way too crass. Okay, like if I was like if I was an actor who was known for my roles in child media and I was interacting with a fan like this and they started saying shit like that, I would just leave them unread, just completely fucking ignore them after that point. And they're like, oh no. Right. I mean, I wouldn't even interact with it to begin with, but like if I was in that situation, dude, I would just shut it down from there. That's like way too, nope.
interacting with a fan indecently. They don't. Again, an allegation with no proof other than Gabe interacted with this person. This is stupid. After excruciatingly...
if you're an adult and you're just like, you're giving like some advice, or you're interacting with a fan of yours who's looking to get into the same industry, and you're like, ooh, I could be like a surrogate and give like genuine advice. I don't have any like untoward fucking bad intent with these kinds of interactions. I'm just here to like give advice on how to get in the industry. I think that's perfectly fucking fine. And from what this scroll that I've seen, it's like they're talking about like actors who've passed away and stuff like that, how's life or whatever the fuck, you know. I mean, he's playing into the parasocial shit, like Hidden pointed out earlier, which is bad. You shouldn't be having like casual conversations with your minor fans like this. Because it's just like inappropriate. But yeah.
Long segments of KP, Sophie, and Courtney talking amongst each other, adding nothing of relevance other than shaking each other's hands on how right they are about Gabe being a groomer. We end on this segment.
Gabe responded to this recent discussion surrounding him in a rather, well, guilty way, frankly. He hasn't said much other than that he didn't know his wife until she was 20, but did begin slapping the threat of lawsuits on people to get them to stop talking about him. Clearly something an innocent individual does when facing toxic grooming on the internet, they run to a lawyer. Now, sure, one could argue and say that if he didn't groom his wife, this is all grounds for defamation. And I'd like to say, no, it isn't. Defamation requires the caveat that the defendant knowingly lied with malicious intent to destroy the plaintiff's reputation and career. If I, or anyone else... If
I am psychotic and retarded enough, and actually just have like a complete detachment from reality, actually you couldn't sue me from defamation. If I believe that the moon is made of cheese, and I'm psychotic and dumb, you can't sue me for that. I mean, to be honest, she's probably actually right. Like if someone's genuinely psychotic and is just like assuming shit and just has like such a detachment from reality, you might not be able to sue them because they're genuinely psychotic, right? There has to be like that intent to like spread misinformation. What about a grown man's genitals? Courtney is accusing Black Griffin of sending pictures of his dick and balls to a kid, and there's just like no evidence of that.
Interprets your public tweets as grooming and feel the need to warn the public of what looks to me to be predatory actions. Well, I'm not knowingly lying for malicious intent, am I? I'm interpreting events that are easily seen as they happened and after the fact, and stating what it looks like to me. And on the off chance that Gabe could in any way prove without a shadow of a doubt that he didn't groom his wife, without lying, stretching the truth, or erasing history, then I would simply be found incorrect about my interpretation and not maliciously lying to cause harm.
Here, Courtney talks about Gabe clearly being guilty because of the threat of legal action against being accused of being a predator, and then uses the exact same strategy by trying to prove why she wouldn't be guilty of defamation to defend herself. Irony. I also find it interesting that Courtney leaves out a lot of the actually damning evidence against Gabe, such as the very inappropriate conversations he had with underage fans on DeviantArt, where he calls them love and plays into their parasocial attachment. It feels a lot like Courtney is actively picking and choosing the most damning incidents to elicit an emotion.
No, yeah, like if you can absolutely criticize Gabe. Gabe is a fucking weirdo for that shit, for like being like parasocial with his like underage fan base. Like, yeah, absolutely, that's fucking creep weirdo shit. But like, it's like that should be the criticism. That should be what you should be hammering on, right? Because if that's the case, then you have him dead to fucking rights on that shit. Absolutely, he's a fucking weirdo. But like, it seems like she, just because he's a weirdo, and Courtney finds it offensive, she wants to call him a pedophile. She wants to call him a groomer. She wants to like assume the worst of his intentions. Because like that's more damning, because it's more damning to indict someone as like a pedophile than to like say like, oh, he's a bit creepy, right? I don't know. It feels it's very vindictive about it.
emotional reaction over actually covering objective facts, but that's just speculation on my part. TLDR, this video sucks ass and deliberately disrespects the people it was meant to advocate for by talking over them, ignoring their takes, and not even including them in the coverage, and actively twisting what little they had said to fit Courtney's personal narrative. Please, let Courtney—
So literally what you did in the last segment, just to be absolutely clear, you literally did that. You literally did that in the last segment.
never touch allegations of this magnitude again. Oh my god, she did it again. Let's get into the other person Courtney is convinced committed sexual assault. In the similar vein of using someone else's platform for your own bias, and as slightly teased earlier in the segment we had before this, we have something that everybody knows about. Not because of Courtney though. On May 1st of 2025, YouTuber I Love Impossible a Lot released a video called What Ruined Saberspark and DA Games. This video was a hot mess and is still an ongoing topic, but that's not what this is about. In short, this video goes over multiple content creators being accused of multiple things and a personal experience KP had with someone named Chris. Problem here being that most of the covered allegations were based on one psychotic rando and Emily's testimony. And honestly, if you want to hear more about this, I need you to go watch Cope and C's, Lazy Bedhead, and Mr. Enter's coverage of this, which I linked in the description, because we'd be here all day if I went through this. In short, when it comes to Saberspark, an anonymous victim later revealed to be Emily, who has had their own big platform for a while, alleged that Saberspark had coerced her into sexual relations with him at multiple conventions. Now, how does Courtney come into this? Well, for one, Courtney actively—
Here's the thing, like, why Emu Emmy didn't become the focus and why the people who platform Emmy's accusations did is Emmy, from what I've seen, I watched this Sonic guy made a fucking video about Emmy's history with the Sonic fandom. She has acted maliciously in the past, but I think she's just mentally ill. She's genuinely just mentally ill. She has some kind of like fixation on, you know, attention and shit like that. And Beckett said he did an interview with Emmy, and it was just so fucked what happened in the call. Like, Emmy was just breaking down and fucking like genuinely like feeling like she was like wronged and shit like that. Beckett never showed the call. He never showed the call. So I believe it that Emmy is just genuinely like, she's kind of a victim of KP and Courtney, if anything else. Because they took it, because she came to them saying that she might have had like a weird sort of like interaction with Saberspark a long ass time ago, and that got quickly turned and contorted into Saberspark raped her. She never was initially claiming that it got turned into that by Courtney, by Courtney's own admission, right? So I do kind of feel bad for Emmy, honestly, because it seems like her mental illness was taken advantage of to push a fucking bullshit allegation. I saw that video and she still gets work and pretends nothing happened. Yeah, she's a shitty person for that. If you're not like correcting the record. I mean, did she correct? I think she did correct the record. I can't remember, but she's acted maliciously, and she took down that Sonic guy's video. That, I think that's not the Sonic show. It's some other dude. But she got that video taken down. So she is capable of being malicious, but everything from what I've seen in the situation, it seems like Emmy got her allegations twisted and contorted by outside parties into accusing Saberspark of doing something that wasn't originally the accusation.
partook in it. KP literally talks about her involvement. She also has a segment in the actual video where she talks at length with KP about the nature of implied consent. This is where the clip and claim of her saying flashing my boobs at you is consent is coming from, which ironically is implied consent.
Not to be like, hey, well, I'm famous, show me your titties. But there's a big difference between going, hey, I'm famous, show me your titties, and someone going, I'm showing you my titties because I want to sleep with you. Right? Like, just the act of, like, basically showing you my titties is, in most circumstances, an invitation to touch my body, okay?
But whatever. Courtney also biases the audience in that segment by treating Emily as if she did
not really, dude. What a stupid fucking point too, because it's like, by that logic, you could just molest the strippers. Like, like you absolutely cannot do that. Like, I would imagine most stripper clubs or strip clubs like have that rule. I mean, I've seen it in like GTA where it's like, you know, or like video games and media and shit like that, where it's like you're not allowed to touch the strippers. Like, people showing their boobs is not an invitation.
have a massive platform of her own, and makes her out to be some sweet, unassuming fan with no agency.
And like, to be quite honest, no fan is going to do anything. Most fans are not going to do anything other than fall into line with that. Because again, they're getting to an exalted status of getting to meet their idol in person. You know, they've been a fan of this person, they've done art for this person, they've dreamed of meeting this person. They're not going to jeopardize that by offending that person by saying no.
And not that those relationships can't happen, but it's very tricky water as far as, you know, establishing and acknowledging the power dynamic and discussing it before like even anything were to happen. But
that's not the only thing. No. She also actively partook in altering the victim's statement by making Emily remove parts she did not personally believe in.
Things like the power imbalance. Making sure a victim's impact statement fits more easily with the arguments you're going to make in your video is certainly highly unethical.
Dude.
Within the DM logs between KP and Emmy, KP provides feedback from Courtney Pete. One particular line of interest is, and it sort of kills me that she might be giving any sort of grace to him at the expense of herself, because he considered it implied. And this isn't just a throwaway line, it's intermingled amongst a tirade on how consent works, emphasizing why that line in particular is an issue. It would work, too. Emmy does change her statement because of this feedback. Hey, sorry, I removed the part giving him grace by saying I understand he may have thought consent was implied. Courtney is definitely right. I just know his retort is going to be him believing consent was there. Courtney is right, though. It was never implied, even if I did like him at the time. This is direct evidence that KP and Courtney worked to tailor the victim's statement to make it more damaging. And the reason this is an issue is because it's not how Emmy necessarily sees the situation. It is KP and Courtney trying to influence Emmy to perceive the situation through their lens.
This is a fucking disaster. You do not look at me, listen to me, mess with the victim's testimony unless it's for grandma. Courtney and KP had Emily alter her statement on purpose in order to make its impact worse. That's manipulative and a problem. Now, Courtney also showed up to the premiere and exists in the live chat. According to herself, she was the one who convinced KP to make this a live chat, and we'll get to her addressing the live chat disaster when we address her response to the controversy. So it makes sense she got really mad when people dared to criticize her, which led to her lashing out at people in the live chat and defending herself in her server, because Courtney is really, really good at taking criticism and won't lash out at the slightest bit of it blown her way. No. But this proceeds to keep going because upon this video being received poorly, Courtney begins to lie and tell the public she had no involvement in the video at all. This is especially ironic because she does actually admit to being sent the video to look over beforehand, but didn't have the time to look through it. This is insane, by the way. How do you not look at a video you are featured in to make sure your testimony and opinions aren't used nefariously? And given your defensiveness of the video, I can't really believe you didn't watch it. And even when she's directly confronted in a comment section, she still denies being part of the video. This is frankly a wild ride because aside from denying having any involvement at all, she doubles down on her take on Black Griffin and the fact she assumes she has the right to determine Gabe as a groomer when his fully grown victims hadn't even done so. Reminder, she's never spoken to Claire or Michelle, and her only proof is one Google document. And even when it's pointed out that she has things incorrect, she straight up ignores it. And this lie persists even when Felgi, or the Uplock as y'all know them probably, in Catslayer, Lio Convey server, confronts her directly. And when pointed out she was actively involved in this and was making active choices to partake, such as being part of Emily changing her statement, ironically, Courtney focuses more on her DMs being shared to other people than she focuses on what she's being called out.
It's just like, how dare you show me maliciously fucking editorializing the allegations. That's a violation of my consent.
Which is lying about her being part of the video she so desperately doesn't want to be associated with. In this conversation, she even reframes the comment she made about showing someone your boobs, meaning it's consent to touch your body. First is saying consent to touch the boobs if you push them into somebody's face, before turning it into actually it's only consent to look at the boobs, which, man, how do you contradict yourself in this same fucking conversation? How do you literally not remember that your exact words were, if you flash the titty, that's consent to touch your body? Is this commentary amnesia, but it got to Courtney? But also notice how she implies Felgi doesn't understand consent, implying he's a rapist too, I guess, on par for the course or something. As a reminder, here's the again.
Not to be like, hey, well, I'm famous, show me your titties. But there's a big difference between going, hey, I'm famous, show me your titties, and someone going, I'm showing you my titties because I want to sleep with you. Right? Like, just the act of, like, basically showing you my titties is, in most circumstances, an invitation to touch my body, okay?
This conversation eventually divulged into a petty back and forth because if Courtney can't win, Courtney will insult you until you get tired of her, and by proxy, the conversation with her. Now, as we've established, lying and reframing things to her gain is on par for Courtney, but this actually gets worse. Courtney proceeds to wish rape on people twice, all for defending Saberspark, when the stance that most people have had is that there's simply not enough evidence to conclusively stating a yes or no. She downright tells Mr. Enter, someone who made a video on why KP's video was the dumpster fire it was, to get assaulted 13 reasons why style. For those who don't know what that means, it's a show and the main character, Hannah Baker, is raped and then proceeds to kill herself, and Courtney is wishing that exact thing onto somebody else for simply not being on her side.
Mr. Enter once said he'd rather get raped than be accused of rape. Well, buddy, I hope your dream comes true. 13 reasons style.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ.
Now, she later reframes this to say that she just hopes that Mr. Enter gets assaulted with a broom handle, but I don't think that makes it much better. What a nuanced and very normal reaction to people not agreeing with you. The worst is she uses Emily to continue this narrative up to October of 2025 by asserting that Beckett must have raped women because he defended Saber.
And then people like fly out of the woodwork saying, you can't say that. You can't say that Beckett acts like a predatory individual who likely is a host of his own fucking victims because since he tried to convince Emily that not only did Saber not fucking assault her and what she did,
dude,
and what happened to her.
She looks so fucking insane, dude. Look at the eyes, like so hollow, the sunken eyelids.
It was her fault for not advocating for herself properly in the moment. The childhood sexual assault she went through was also not actually assault and was also her fault because she didn't advocate for herself properly in the moment.
Beckett never said that.
To be quite honest, it makes me wonder what kind of individual looks at someone and when they hear they were assaulted sexually as a child and went, well, that's your fault. You should have fucking said no. That kind of makes me wonder how many.
Okay, well, it's ironic. Dude, I wish, dude, get rid of this stupid fucking banner, dude. Dude, look how fucking crazy she looks, dude. She looks demonic. Dude, oh god. Dude. I got distracted by the fucking freak face. What?
They were assaulted sexually as a child and went, well, that's your fault.
Well, she did this with Bonnie. She did this with Bonnie. And it's like, hey, it's actually your fault, minor, that adults are talking sexually to you because you're the one who started that talk. You're the one who started that conversation. The worst part is that the broom handle assault reference is a graphic gay rape scene where a character is violated with a broom in the bathroom. Bruh.
You should have fucking said no. That kind of makes me wonder how many children
Always
have
the
you assaulted
usual
in the past decade? How many times have you fucking pushed past obvious restraint and a lack of a no, thinking that meant consent and the onus was on the other person? Do you know what women are taught since fucking childhood and even by the fucking police and the judicial system to do when they think they're gonna be fucking raped is not resist so they don't die, you stupid fuck.
However, she does take it upon herself to make a response stream to Saberspac's alleged victims coming out with their own response on the 4th of August in 2025. She claims this is only to uplift Emily's voice and give her attention, when ironically she uses a larger part of the video pushing her grievances with Cope and Seeth, Mr. Enter, and Beckett, who is also Cope and Seeth by the way, and them getting involved.
Countered, I'm going to investigate it. Go fucking stroke yourself, you losers. Beckett, Mr. Enter, Cope and Seeth, the rest of you who got fucking involved, who had no business getting involved. When it's funny, because when anybody, like, accusations that have fucking credibility come up, you want to say nothing about the goddamn situation, but, you know, oh, a girl you can attack shows up and you see a fucking weak target, so you're gonna fucking jump in and you're gonna make your bank by attacking a rape victim.
This is the dumbest point ever. By that logic, Courtney, you have to look at yourself and ask why you are.
I suppose you would be a really good judge of that, wouldn't you, Hayden?
You only spoke up about the ones that involved you, such as Lily, such as Black Griffin, and even Saber. Except, just like KP, your coverage is motivated by spite and not caring about the victims. The only victims you ever cared about is you. Have you reached out to Lily's other victims? All you have done is collect them in the server, act extremely inappropriately around them, and then delete the server meant to support them over a tantrum. Have you uplifted them publicly? Nope. Have you reached out to people who, like you, were wronged by Poppy and Xena and spoke about them? No, you haven't. The only reason you covered Saberspark was because you believed a single document about Black Griffin and got mad that Saber defended him. You're mad at Cope and Seeth and Mr. Enter for defending them when they're simply stating that there's a lack of evidence for what's being claimed, and that's fucked up. Here's my take on you. You never gave a single shit about any of this. You saw an opportunity to damage someone you didn't like, Saberspark, and you took it, regardless of if
Like what you did with Gokado?
you were right, wrong, or if your input was necessary. Sit down. The rest of the stream doesn't matter. She briefly talks about implied consent not existing, insults Saberspark a bunch of times because that's the mature thing to do, and yes, means Emily's response. And here's the thing. I don't care if she believes Emily. She can, anybody could. What I care about is that she weaponizes her standing as a victim of SA to let KP turn her into a token for a video on a guy she's mad at for defending that other guy she didn't like. And I care about her lying about her involvement when the video goes south. You clearly were involved, Courtney, because you feel strongly about this.
Oh,
but
yeah,
you
I
really
forgot
shouldn't
she
be,
was
because
lying
based on
about
your
it, yeah.
behaviors, no one should trust your tape. Let's talk about the shit you pulled.
God,
While
why
most
is
of
it
what I
so
talked about
loud?
previously has been bad enough as is, this is by all means the most important part of this video, so I need your full attention here. I have given you a picture of unhingedness and cruelty and malicious actions that have persisted through multiple years, and we've established what
Wait, are we on the next segment? Okay, we are. Oh my god, I actually kind of went over it a little bit. Lol. Okay. Fuck this video. We're saving it for later. Dude, I cannot fucking believe she just assumes malice, bro. She just assumes malice. You're fucking crazy. You're a fucking insano-maniac, dude. Dude, she literally just did the same thing. Just assumed malice. Like, Courtney is a fucking child predator. Like, dude. Oh my god. Whatever happened to Poppy and Xena's kid? I think they left. Yeah, I think they left. What is, Oh yeah, Oplock is live, bruh. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just see the video now. Bruh. Let me go to topics, bruh. Then here, bruh. How long is this video? 30 minutes? Okay. Transgender or transhuman cult. It's starting to make sense.
So a little over a week ago, I made a video covering an article from, I think it was called The Gamer. I don't know all these game journalists. They're really all the same. But anyways, it was Baldur's Gate 3 actress on board with the fan theory of Samus being a badass trans bounty hunter. Now, a lot of people in my comment section criticized me for
Dude, how insulting is that? Dude, I hate these like overly progressive, like overly woke fucking dipshits that are just like, yeah, fan theory. Samus is a trans woman. Why? Do you think a biological female isn't capable of being a complete fucking badass? Like, why do they have to be like biologically a male? Like, oh yeah, Samus can't possibly do this as a biological woman. She has to be a male. Like, why? Do you understand how fucking crazy that sounds? Like, dude. And you give ammunition also to fucking TERFs by doing that shit too, right? Because that's the same fucking shit TERFs do. Like, TERFs are complaining about like female erasure and shit like that, and like you taking away a fucking established female character in media and trying to make them a trans woman, just like it just takes away from that. Like, I could totally see the argument where like it takes away from that, right? Like, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's like a dumb fucking fan theory. I suppose it's like not harmful in the grand scheme of things, but I could see it being like frustrating from like a feminist perspective. Like, why to be like, okay, why do they need to be a trans woman? You know? For a quick summary, this dude was just some guy talking about indie games and fan games. Then out of nowhere, this dude gets dunked into the anti-woke Kool-Aid, and this video came out of the blue. We're talking about shit or Twitter theories, taking it silly serious. Yeah, sure.
for my opinions and accused me of engaging in the culture war, being a rage-baiting grifter and all
Well, now you are doing that by making this video, right?
that, you know, the
You're just
usual
you're gonna
stuff.
own it, right?
And I don't really care about getting ratioed online. When I disconnect from the
Oh, he got ratioed? That's why he made this video? Because he got ratioed, dude? My God.
internet, I exist in the real world, and that's the last thing I'm thinking about when I'm going.
You're a... Hold on. Is this guy a daily upload guy? You're like a daily upload guy. You upload like every other day of the week. Okay. You are not a real life person. You're an online person. Okay.
Going about my day, but today we're not going
I say this
to
as someone
be
who's a
in
very
the real
online
world.
person too.
Anyways, the point of my video, like a lot of my videos delving into the sensitive topics, was about how mainstream media uses predictive programming, a type of soft exposure to build a narrative and normalize certain things. That way, when we start seeing things we don't normally accept that doesn't reflect the culture of our society, not the culture of the internet, well, by the time we have enough of it forced into our thoughts, we begin to accept these things as normal. It feels less...
He's not wrong about the phenomenon. There was like social studies on like you know, people who used to be like racist, you know, who were exposed to like more and more normal black depictions of characters in media. They became more and more accepting of black people in general. That is a phenomenon that happens, and I'm not against people including diverse characters or inclusive characters, or dare I say even DEI characters in a movie. It's just have them be well written. It's shit when they're fucking obviously shoehorned lazily to like fit a progressive narrative, right? Like that fucking shit is annoying as fuck, dude, and it's stupid, and it makes your entire movement look fucking stupid and forced and weak. Okay, if you write good trans characters and good black characters and stuff like that, that's I think that goes a long way, and that makes a significant difference. When you shoehorn it and you're lazy and you're just doing it to pander to people, it just comes off as annoying, and like you don't get people to be more accepting. If anything, you get more and more people to be like pissed off and angry and racist and bigoted and shit, right? So I mean, there is a point to be had, but he's wording it in such like a fucking politically charged way. It's like he's obviously pandering to a particular audience.
like PTSD, and thus we become programmed. Once the mind becomes fractured, you can build whatever illusionary wall.
What the fuck when you're programmed? Yeah, you're programmed to not hate black people. You should be the other way around. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All you want around it, and it becomes reality. Well, not soon after my video on that god-awful article, we start seeing a flood of news coming into the gaming space. Isn't it weird how
we made this chud tweet by tweet, ratio by ratio? Yeah, but the forced diversity and gay or something, I don't know. I've long since been out of the anti-woke ecosystem. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I totally see where, like, if someone wants to make the criticism where it's like, woke shit being forced in media lazily is bad. I could totally agree with that. It's just like people go beyond that and they say like, actually, you're being programmed to you're slowly and surely having your morals and ethics whittled away just so you could be okay with kids getting their dicks chopped off. Like, that's not what's happening. That is not what's happening, right? That fucking shit is deranged. That's what a lot of anti-woke people and even woke folks get wrong. Don't force diversity and let it get included naturally. Yeah, exactly. Just like, I look at something, Sinners. I recently watched Sinners. Dude, that movie is so fucking good. I love it. It feels like Quentin Tarantino wrote a horror movie. I mean, he did. He technically did. I think it's Dusk Till Dawn. That is a Tarantino movie. But it's like, it's very, very Tarantino-esque. Where it feels like the movie is like self-aware and how ridiculous its premise is, but also does like the setting is just so interesting. Like it's like 1920s vampires and stuff like that, like post post slavery America, right? Very, very unique themes about like not identity, but kind of identity and shit like that. It's such a great movie, and it's like it's got like it's a mainly like I would call it a black movie. It's a black movie. It's clearly has a black director. He has like a very racialized approach to the movie overall, because of its themes, and it's good. It's well written. It's fucking awesome. It's a great fucking movie. Like that stuff like that does so much good, right? I think, and like, you know, helping de-radicalize people from like being fucking insane and shit and being like racist. Star Wars got Riley. Yeah. She was just a bad character. Yeah, she was just fucking annoying and like overpowered or whatever the fuck. Getting a little woke, buddy. Yeah. A lot of the best representations came out from just making cool characters. Yeah. And like that should be what like Twitter people should be advocating for, but instead it's just like, yeah, what if Samus was trans? Like, okay, dude.
How I keep predicting these things when people tell me, oh, but Devin, you can't just look at one example of something and go to the extreme and call it predictive programming. Well, the U.S. House has just passed legislation to criminalize transgender surgeries.
Oh wait, no, for minors.
Hormones and treatments for minors.
Yeah. This might be a hot take. I'm not against that because the APA is one of the most trans positive, like trans inclusive, like the American Psychological Association is very like progressive and it's very like woke on like fucking trans shit. Even they recommend that minors should not get surgeries, right? That is the APA standard, is that minors should not be getting the surgery. That should be reserved for over the age of 18, right? And I see why, because it's like a permanent thing. So the House passing legislation that bans surgeries for people under the age of 18, I'm fine with. The hormone stuff, I think that should be made available. I think we still need to do studies on that because it could prove positive results. And I think like if the doctor approves of it, the family approves of it, and the kid wants it, I don't see any reason why the government should be like adding themselves to that equation and saying, hey, actually you shouldn't do that because of some fucking retarded social reason, right? Like HRT does have permanent effects, but you have to be taking it past a certain point, right? Like if you take HRT for a month and you hop off it, your body's going to go back to normal, right? It's only when like long-term use is where you start seeing those permanent effects and stuff. This is a dumb theory. This is just a dumb theory for fun. I see sometimes people do take theories like that way too fucking seriously, and they get like actually offended when you like say like well, this is kind of like dumb because the theory doesn't work or whatever. Like you start criticizing it. The trans kids shouldn't get surgery isn't bad on the surface. If you have the trans kid, always do social transition. Yeah. The social. I'm totally fine with socially transitioning. Like if they want to wear a dress and they want to change their name, I don't fucking care. Yeah. First before HRT, yeah, just so they could get a feel of like what that process would look like. Yeah, because I see a lot of like trans like commentators, like political commentators out there, like advocate, be like, if you, I've unironically seen this, and I would imagine Poppy and Xena and people like Demon Mama have unironically said this, because I've seen clips of them doing shit like this. But like they say, like if a kid feels like they're trans, they should be able to decide for themselves to chop their own fucking dick off and get like transgender surgery. I'm like, that's insane. That's fucking crazy. You make the whole fucking community look like psychos when you do that shit, right? When you do no fucking research into the topic, and you just go with your knee-jerk emotional fucking reaction to things. That shit is just like both radical ends of the spectrum fucking suck.
And the usual suspects have crawled out of their holes again, like David Jaffe, for example, who is a strong supporter for gender-affirming care for minors. He even has a transgender child himself, and he's here to let the
he's a supportive and loving father. What a fucking asshole.
vulnerable people on this earth know that he has their backs, and he thinks this decision is so horrible and cruel. This isn't child mutilation. He didn't push this on his kids. He isn't the bad guy in this situation.
Are you alleging, sir, that David Jaffe groomed his kid into being trans? Are you is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, dude? Calm the fuck on, man.
He's just a love.
Just dipshits like this are just so, it's just so desperate to be like, because here's the thing, outrage sells, sells. Like nobody ever wants to like have like a nuanced take. It's always like, what is the most outrageous, retarded thing I could say that I totally have no way of fucking proving, but it doesn't matter because that's what gets people clicking and subscribing, right? If I just say the most radical, insane, fucking baseless shit, right? So fucking stupid, man. I hate that. I hate that's how media is nowadays. I hate how that's what news is nowadays. It's like, what's the most outrageous shit that I could say? I mean, to be honest, I do that with the thumbnails, okay? Like the fucking the fucking whatchamacallit, the poop loving pedophile fucking thumbnail. Like I do that, but like I'm obviously giving like a nuanced take and I'm defending fucking Caleb Hammer in that video, right? Like I understand to some extent if you want to like sell the video or you want to sell the fucking shit, right? Then fair enough to have like an outrageous title to clickbait a little bit. That's fine, right? But when in the video itself, you're also doing the rage baiting, you're also doing the clickbaiting, you're also like fucking just not being nuanced and you're straight up like fucking like inventing fan fiction in your head. Like, no, that's when you start being a fucking dipshit.
Father. Go ahead and tell yourself that, Jaffe, but we can all see the guilt you struggle with. We can all hear it in the tone of your voice when you walk the thin line of pandering to both sides. You can't backpedal your way out of this one, so you have to sell the lie the best you can. So let me ask you this, Jaffe. Is it a Helix Midnight Lux, a Nectar Premier, or maybe you're a backsleeper? Is it a Dream Cloud? Maybe a Wink Bed Plus? I just
What the fuck are these buzzwords? What is he talking about? What?
want to know, what's the best mattress that money can buy? If I haven't made it clear enough, I'm asking you, how do you sleep at night? And then we have
Why didn't you just do that? Why you're being so like esoteric and vague about it? The fuck? Okay.
the
Are you
Larian
watching now? I think we're watching your cousin. I think we're watching your cousin, Vincent.
employee, the claims of assault and having to be around fascists in the workplace, coming from Hash Bandicoot, the
I mean, David Jaffe is probably being performative. I mean, I don't like David Jaffe for my own reasons because I saw this guy like he negatively rated Metroid Dread and he said it was the worst video game he ever played because he got stuck in a room and he was too much of a moron to pick up on the clues onto how to escape the room. Like he's one of those dipshits where you're playing Metroid, you get stuck in a room, and instead of like being like, what if I just lay bombs all across the floor? Let me try shooting like around this room, seeing what happens. Like he's just like saying, it's dumb, it's stupid, I don't know what I'm doing, this game isn't holding my hand. Like it's fucking dumb. But I don't know, this feels like pathetic pandering. You mean the people I criticized for a year? I mean, yeah, to be fair, you did. Well, I could say, you know, it's your cousin. It doesn't mean that you agree with him, okay?
usual buzzwords they like to throw around,
just
like
kind of sounds
bigots,
like
and how they're so concerned for minorities in the studio. And as always, it's coming from, you guessed it, a trans woman. Right before activists were being placed front and center on the news as the government was moving towards banning gender-affirming care. Is it a coincidence? When do we stop calling it bigotry and start calling this pattern recognition?
Oh my god, he's just so... Andy Pants has just like fucking just... He's cracked the code, man. He's like, this is how you do modern day fucking like anti-woke fucking gamer dude fucking pandering, dude. So fucking gay, man.
Because when I made a video covering that article about Metroid Prime 4, I was coming into it not from a place of hate, as abrasive as I might sound sometimes, but a place of understanding. I've been watching the pot come to a boil for a very long time. And look, most of us don't care about your beliefs or what pronouns you use, as long as you're not trying to force them on other people. And that's why America is...
That's why America is forcing their own morals onto the public. Yes, that's totally fucking... That's totally like in line with the logic, man. It's like, hey, you could be trans, just don't force it on us. But if the United States government actually forces you to not do that, it forces you to disengage from that, then that's totally fair. That's totally fine. Yeah. It's just dumb logic.
At least what America used to be is such a great place. It's because we allow ideas like this to exist as long as they're not hurting other people. But here's the problem. It's
Who is hurt by a family deciding for their gender dysphoric child to get on HRT? Who is hurt by that? Are you hurt by that? It's a decision to be made by a family. Who the fuck are you to insert yourself in that equation and say, actually, no, you shouldn't do that? Dude.
one thing to allow a certain group of people to exist. It's another thing.
People like this, they always pander to like, this is not what America used to stand for. America does stand for this. America was founded on people living their lives however which way they want. This is a secular nation for a fucking reason, right? Like we America never was founded on these principles of like, you know, asserting moral authority on things, even if they don't hurt people, right? Like it's explicitly like, obviously murder is bad and wrong, right? And that's to some extent is like asserting morals. But obviously when it comes to murder, you're like fucking you're killing innocent people. You're killing innocent people, right? That's where it's like I'm fine with government interference, right? But dude, like no, like I just this dumb fucking parenting to like American, like false American ideals is just so fucking infuriating, right? Because I feel like I genuinely appreciate what the founding fathers have had sought to achieve with creating America in the way that they did, right? And while they might have been conservatives and they might have like if they saw into the future and they saw that this was happening in America, they wouldn't have approved of it. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't have allowed it, okay? Like, again, this is a secularist nation. Like, it's dumb for people to apply their own personal fucking feelings as though they are law, right? Stupid. It's been half and half historically, you know, manifest destiny, eugenics, etc. Well, those were done. That was done after the founding fathers with manifest destiny, right? That was after the founding fathers, and even then, like the in God we trust stuff that was done in the, I think, the 40s or 60s, right? Like these I think that's anti-American. I think that's anti-American. That whole shit is anti-American. You're forcing a religious aspect and belief into the law, right? It is the law that like currency has "In God We Trust" engraved on it and shit like that. Like I'm not a fan of that. Like like our nation shouldn't be seen as a Christian nation. I think that's like a false idea. That's a fake idea.
To allow that same group of people to put their ideas in the minds of your children. And I've always found transgender ideology to be weird and uncanny. It's a very unnatural to me. Impossible for me to...
It's so fucking dumb. Oh, gaga unga bunga. I don't understand it, so I want to kill it with a rock. I don't understand it, so I'm going to advocate that legislation be pushed to like prevent people from exploring that identity. Dude, it's so stupid.
Understand. Almost like I'm witnessing a cult, a religion of sorts, and I just can't
Again, I love this dialect. I love this fucking specific like dialogue tree that all these fucking dipshits go down. It's like they end up like every single like attribute that they ascribe to like trans shit can also be applied to Christianity. Genital mutilation, okay. Circumcision. Where are all these people decrying genital mutilation? Which, by the way, I'm against transgender surgeries. Again, just to be clear, for minors. But they harp on that so fucking much. But none of them are out there advocating to ban circumcision. None of them give a fuck. None of them fucking care about that. They don't have any opinions on that. They don't want to fucking dude, it's so stupid. Like these morals and philosophies just feel so fucking hollow. It's just like this is your knee-jerk emotional reaction. You're not putting any thought into this fucking shit.
place my finger on it. I've seen a religious figure before that symbolizes
Jim Jones,
gender fluidity, but I just
okay. this is such a pathetic attempt to be like Andy Pants. It is just
Remember,
so fucking
what
gay.
popular figure symbolizes the singularity of both man and woman? I'm really...
So does God. So does God. Are you fucking serious? What do you... Isn't it said in like a lot of Christian things like God is within all of us, and dude, it's just I'm just nitpicking on it. This is not a serious point, dude.
trying to remember. Maybe one day I'll remember the name, but this is
Like there's some Christian, I mean, maybe it's not like every Christian out there, but I remember specifically, like I used to go to Christian schools and shit like that, and it was the idea that God is inside all of us. God is all. God is one, and stuff like that, and that includes everybody, right? Wouldn't that not be God here too? God is also man and woman, dude.
part of the video
God is
where
non-binary. Well, yeah, I mean, well, technically God is non-binary. Okay, technically he is. It's just they call him him. They call him the Father because like that's like a very cultural like power thing. They call him like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He's three different identities existing in one, right?
want to make it clear that this is for entertainment purposes only. And if you're still with me, this video is going to get a little strange
Boring.
and maybe even a little unsettling. Now, I understand that extraordinary
more
claims need
insane?
extraordinary evidence, and information is very important for context, so I just want to show you a clip that I put together myself while coming up with this video topic. And whatever you see, make
This is just such a blatant, lazy attempt to just be exactly like Andy Pants did. Did it even pay off? How many views? 1.7K views, 7 days. Dude, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to embarrass yourself like this, bro. Oh my god. At least Andy Pants, when Andy Pants fires up a video and he says a bunch of retarded shit, he gets like hundreds of thousands of views. He's making bank off of it. Okay. I can understand to some extent why he's doing it. Okay. This is not profiting. You are not profiting enough to justify this.
I wanted to make a video to thank my daddy for letting me be who I wanted to be.
Okay, this is fucking weird. This is get to the point. Get to the point, dude.
Gender should be like 1 out of a million, but in Hollywood it's like 1 out of 3. And if
Yeah,
your
it's
kid,
completely
and
insane.
even when they adopt the kid, somehow the kid turns trans. So even when the kid doesn't even have your DNA and it's from China.
Get to the fucking point, you fucking weirdo. Why the fuck are you showing other people's kids? Jesus. Wait, okay, so you're gonna tell me that this trans stuff feels like cult? Is the way that this is phrased, all this fucking video is phrased? Like, let me show this, dude. Just looking, he's like showing this compilation. He's like flashing images on the screen, like fucking. He's doing what is it called? What is it called when you like flash images? Like and it's like your brain is supposed to subconsciously register it, dude. What a fucking weirdo, dude. Subliminal? Yeah, it's like, what, is this not subliminal messaging? Like, what the fuck? You expect people to read all of this? What the fuck? Okay, Robert or Johnny Depp, dude. I almost said Robert.
And you
Downey
can
Jr.
see this hand sign along with a lot of others that
God, bro. Dude, fuck off. The OK sign is actually a trans ideology symbol.
constantly
Okay.
reoccur throughout mainstream media in Hollywood. And then you have people like the reptile Peter Thiel.
Dude, you know, I noticed that any time when I ask someone's okay, they give me a thumbs up. I can't help but think maybe that's supposed to be a dog whistle for Satanism. Like, okay, yeah, okay, dude.
Of Palantir, the Lord of the Rings himself, saying things like this.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
Was thinking about it.
I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
survive what?
I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems,
Right.
and so it's always.
Hold on, this is so clip chimped. What are they talking about?
I don't know, yeah, transhumanism is this. The ideal was this radical transformation where.
Oh my god, is this fucking dipshit confusing transhumanism with transgenderism? Oh my god, bro. I cannot fucking make this shit up. So, like, my impression, and I could be wrong, but my impression of transhumanism is the transition from human beings to artificially generated constructs, basically. Like fucking like putting a human brain in a computer, right? That's what transhumanism is, right? That's what that is in reference to. That's not in reference to transgenderism.
Human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
Yeah.
And there's a critique of, let's say,
dude, they're talking about, like, this has nothing to do with transgender, does it? I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they pivot to that.
Trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross-dresses.
I mean, this just sounds like a meta conversation.
Transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well.
But this is in the context of, like, whether or not humanity should endure, right? Should we endure our current state? Oh, I see. I kind of understand what he's talking about. He's talking about whether or not human beings should endure our current state in which we are vulnerable to nature. We're vulnerable to outside factors, and those outside factors could change and affect our lives in negative ways. Should we take this step forward and change our bodies to evolve beyond those problems, right? Essentially, that's why he's mentioning the trans shit, right? Because that, in a sense, is some form of transhumanism, right? It's changing your body to adapt beyond nature's limitations, basically, right? Transhumanism brings more good than harm. I would say I am not a fan of corporations leading that. I'm not a fan of corporations leading that. I think corporations are way too easily corruptible, way too fucking compromised, and they have no obligation to protect you or, like, make sure. They have no moral obligation to have, like, ethical or philosophical standards, right? I think it should be like a free market, like, and it should be like, I would not be against, like, the government regulating that, like, when it comes to robotics and stuff like that, it's not so centralized, right?
All those surgeries work.
That's what
But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your
They're talking about futuristic bullshit. They're talking about cyberpunk shit, dude. Like this is a normal fucking, like, philosophical conversation you would have when you're talking about, like, the future of humanity. Like, what is it going to look like? I mean, there's so many different, like, media and movie books, like, that explore this fucking topic, and it's our future. It's our future, and if you look at modern technology, if you look at modern technological advancements, we're getting closer and closer to where you'll see people walking around with bionic legs and bionic arms and shit like that. Like, you will see that, and that will be, like, a thing, right? Like, that's what they're talking about.
Your whole body. And then orthodox.
And the ethical quandary, though, is that should we just accept that we're going to lose limbs and do nothing to resolve that, right? Should we just accept that we're gender dysphoric, but we should just live inside the body that makes us uncomfortable? Like, should we accept that and endure it, or should we change that, right? That is what they're talking about.
Christianity, by the way.
There's nothing weird about
the
those.
critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like, that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole
I never
self.
realized that.
And so,
right, but the other wait. I generally agree with what I think is your belief, that religion
should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of...
This is like a genuinely interesting conversation. Why is this being well, I mean, I know why, because it's just like any fucking dumb fuck, like retarded fucking normie is gonna look at this conversation and be like, they're talking about putting chips in your brain. Like, okay, dude. Like, so stupid.
Divine providence has to encompass
the tech place can be a very strange
He
place.
shows the Tower of Babel. Are you serious, dude? What the fuck? Nowhere in this conversation, by the way, was there ever the implication that we should artificially modify our bodies to become like God. Okay. I mean, he did mention like immortality, you know, in the sense of like putting our consciousness inside computers and stuff like that. But that was not in the context of us trying to be like God. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The Tower of Babel. Think of this video as like an iceberg that's only gonna get weirder
That's not what the Tower of Babel... That's not what it means.
further you go down. But honestly...
Dude, like, this guy being a fucking, like, pandering fucking Christoid, okay? The fact that you don't even understand what the metaphor of the Tower of Babel is supposed to represent, and you say it's like an iceberg, that's not what it means. That's not the symbology of what that means. It's that man should not play God. Man should not pretend to be God. Man should not hold themselves to the same standard and power and greatness of God. They will always be subject to his power and his control and his authority, right? That's what that fucking story is supposed to mean and represents.
Like I said, a lot of this is for entertainment only. I don't claim to think that any of this is true. I'm just making this video for fun. But anyways, why do I have the Tower of Babylon on screen
Why
right
do
now?
you?
Well, why do we call PCs towers? Could there be a...
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. You are joshing me. You are joshing me. This is unironically. Can I find this? This is literally the Illuminati meme. It's like triangles. Triangles are 180 degrees or whatever the fuck. Triangles, the circumference of a triangle is this. And is it a coincidence that the American dollar is also the same value? Coincidence? Illuminati meme. No, not the song. Where's it? This was posted 11 years ago, man. Dude.
Before watching this, make sure you have a napkin because sheet is about to get greasy. KFC. KFC is red. Do you know what else is red? That is right, the color red. Red has 3 letters. KFC also has 3 letters. 3 times 3 is 9. 7, 8, 9. Therefore we are left with 7, 2, 8, 9. There is 7 days in a week. Week. Week rhymes with the word beak. Beak. Chickens have beaks. Chicken. Chickens have 2 wings. Humans have 0 wings. 2 plus 0 is 2. The Colonel has 2 eyes. Chickens also have 2 eyes.
Dude, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, this is like a parody. This is not real, man.
A correlation there. Quantum computing. For those of us who have read the story, it was about man's hubris, the ambition to become as God, and the origins of diverse languages.
Quantum computing, basically, okay, I could be wrong, but just from the word alone, quantum computing means running multiple computations at once, right? Is that not what quantum computing means? That's all that's in reference to. Because quantum means many. It means multiple. Am I wrong? Quantum computing definition. Yeah, it's the process. It's process multiple things at once. Quantum mechanics, like quantum computing uses quantum mechanics like superposition and entanglement to process information, allowing it to solve complex problems, intractable for classical computers by using qubits. That can be 0, 1, or both simultaneously. Jesus fucking Christ, that's so fucking confusing. enabling massive parallel computations for breakthroughs in AI. I mean, yeah, it's like it's to run like multiple things at once, basically, is what I'm getting. Faster computers, yeah, basically.
And cultures, quantum computers, large learning models, trying to
like the Tower
decode
of
the mysteries
Babel.
of the universe. Maybe the weirdos in the technocratic space want to reenact
Does it even, just because it's layered, just because it's a layered thing? Are you, dude?
biblical events.
Cakes have layers. Maybe the cake, maybe bakeries, when they layer a cake, maybe that's symbolizing the Tower of Babel.
But with a modern twist. Or it could be even darker. We've all heard of the RAM prices going up and how all of this RAM is being used to fuel AI infrastructure. They sure need a lot of RAM.
It objectively is. Wait, how are you equating this to Satan?
RAM to build out these.
Oh my fucking god. RAM is an acronym, you dumb fuck. What is, I know it's an acronym. I forgot what it fucking stands for, but it's an acronym. It's not a reference to. Oh my god, dude. RAM acronym. What does it stand for? Random access memory. Okay. Dude.
Massive data centers. And then you have 3i Atlas, which I won't go into a lot of.
Dude, he's literally doing the Illuminati meme.
Detail about, but I believe NASA likes to lie to us about a lot of things. I mean, just look at the logo itself. Not only do we have the snake's tongue, but we also have Ouroboros.
That it's supposed to be a comment tail. And this is like an orbiting planet. Dude, holy fucking shit, man. I'll give him this, though. He's creative. He's creative. I'll give him this.
The snake eating itself.
Wait, actually, hold on. This might not be original. He might be, like, totally ripping this off of, like, some fucking conspiracy fucking, like an X thread. He's pulling this off of, like, a /X, like, fucking 4chan post. There's no way.
Life. Death and rebirth, unity and self-creation. It's a very strange logo, and even the letters themselves seem to be a strange decision. You ever wonder
what the fuck are you
why they use T- before they launch rockets up into the sky? I've always thought this was pretty funny, but NASA has every letter you need to spell Satan minus the T.
Dude, he's right.
Now, what if the trans movement was really transhumanism in disguise to desensitize us and soften us up to the idea of becoming more than human? And what if all of this...
But wait, the guy in the video literally pointed out that, like, hey, you know, also biblically speaking, you know, Christians advocate for the changing of the soul, the changing of, like, your identity and your soul, and slaving it away to Jesus to be accepted into the fucking kingdom of heaven. Like, that's transhumanist. That's transhumanist. Yeah. You had no rebuttal for that. Interesting that you had no rebuttal for that.
At its core was an evil religious cult.
However, the most intelligent inhabitants of that future world won't be men or monkeys. They'll be machines, the remote descendants of today's computers. Now, the present-day electronic brain...
I mean, ultimately, yeah, when humanity, like, dies out, like, what will be left would be our computers, our technology, right? Like, that's just, like, objectively speaking.
...are complete morons. But this will not be true in another generation. They will start to think, and eventually they will completely outthink their makers. Is this depressing? I don't see why it should be.
Oh my god, he's doing this fucking the hell painting or whatever the fuck, dude.
Superseded the Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal men, and we presume we're an improvement. I think we should regard it as a privilege to be stepping stones to higher things.
Entertainment purposes. Now, a lot of conspiracy...
Well, dude... Oh, wait, no, he's saying his video is entertainment purposes. Dude, yeah, big tech is gonna really fucking... They're really out there to censor. I don't even know this fucking guy's name. Devin Chase. They're really out there to fucking silence. They're gonna send the Skynet fucking assassins to kill David Chase. You know, but, you know, he said entertainment purposes, so I guess we'll let it slide.
Theorists like to attach themselves to this idea that by 2030, the elites want to replace us, or at least start to replace us. That all of the...
If everyone is elite, then no one is elite. Why would they want to replace us? They would want to keep us fucking fat and dumb, right? They would want to keep us around because we're the dumbasses that make them fucking billions and billions of dollars so they can fucking sit there and do nothing, right? What do you... To replace us from what? It's dumb, dude. Why am I taking this fucking video seriously?
This stuff with AI is secretly being built around us to get us to consent to an all-digital future that will monitor and control us 20...
I mean, I'm pissed off about that. I am pissed off about that. I think that shit is fucking just... I think there needs to be some heavy fucking government regulation when it comes to AI. I think it's way too fucking out of control. It's gonna in some way it's gonna compromise our infrastructure when it comes to like data, sorting data, I see it as a problem. I see it as a fucking problem, right? Not just for like the AI art bullshit, but it's just like overall I can see us becoming way too reliant on AI and in a sense, if we all become reliant on AI, whoever is running that system is going to control everybody, right? And like that would just be disaster. That would just be disastrous, right? Like, no, like there needs to be some heavy regulation going on.
24/7. Absolutely ludicrous, and you shouldn't believe a word they say. It's just coincidence. You should stop noticing these things, even when you hear weird things like this.
Globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil.
He's talking about overpopulation. Overpopulation is a genuine fucking concern, dude. Like, why? Like, did you just skip out on science class? Do you not know about fucking God? What's the terminology? I forgot the terminology. I know the concept. The concept is basically like only a certain population can exist in a certain space until it becomes too much. Until it's like the consumption is outweighing the population, right? Like there are less and less mouths to feed with more and more people occupying a certain space. And eventually, and we've seen this in nature multiple times, we've seen species die out. We've seen ecosystems get destroyed because of that. Because like things became way too overpopulated and consumption was way too fucking high. Not Malthus theory. It's not Malthus theory. It's I learned this in environmental science in high school. We need the Thanos method. Well, this guy's advocating for a more civil route. Like maybe we could have some sort of like ethical way of population control, which I'm totally for. I don't know about like the like emulating China with the one-child policy thing, but I think ultimately either we're going to have to be okay with some kind of policy like that limits the amount of children you can have, or we need to start investing a lot in colonizing space and shit, because it's gonna get to a point where it's too much, right? Dyson spheres would fix that, maybe. I don't know. This just in: resources are finite. Yeah.
In a special way, peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence.
Yeah, he's talking about population control.
But rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material
we're at
consumption
8 billion now
to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And
No, he's right. No, he's absolutely fucking right, because the more and more the population is, the more and more control and regulation that there's going to fucking need to be. No, this guy's just right. Yes.
So you can have more people. I mean, we could even have...
More people means you're going to have to make more sacrifices, right? Like, you're going to have to do that in order to sustain the population. Yes. He is just being objectively true here. Plus, there's also evidence and studies that go into how overpopulation also coincides with an increase in crime, because people become more agitated, people become more desperate. Food becomes more scarce and more pricey. You know, leaving people to resort to fucking petty crime just to put foods in their mouths. Like there are studies that show that overpopulation is absolutely fucking detrimental to our fucking society, and we need to start fucking planning on how to accommodate for that before it fucking destroys us. Yes.
8 or 9 billion probably. Dude. If we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. It's unfortunately you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom, and we want to have a high census. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have 1 billion people, and we're now at 7. So we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow.
Well, here, I think ultimately our solution is probably going to be in colonizing space, or like, you know, populating the oceans, like doing some fucking like what is the BioShock fucking place called? Lazarus or some shit. We're gonna have to do something like that. Like we're going to need to spread our territory wider, because as it currently stands, it's becoming too fucking much in a lot of areas. Like the population is just becoming too fucking out of control. Right. Like we could still sustain it realistically, but the population is only going to increase. It's only going to increase from here, right? And it's just we need to start accommodating for this. Rapture? Yeah, Rapture. Ironically enough, it's called Rapture.
Be done in a way which is relatively equal, you know, so that people share the experience, and you don't have a
Dude, but
rich...
this especially annoys me, like how this is being phrased, because like normal people are going to watch this, right? Or like dumb fucking like conservative normies are going to watch this, and they're going to think that this is a bad thing. No, this is a good thing. This is a good conversation to have. This is something you should be fucking concerned with. Yes. You shouldn't be lulled into this false sense of security that, you know, the world is just going to magically sustain 10 billion people and nothing about our lives is going to change. Like, no, it's going to fucking impact it heavily, right? The no space colonization in the near future, and also overpopulation has been phased out in the main crisis. See previous comment. Which shows overpopulation plateaus at a certain point. Well, it plateaus naturally. We're human beings. We're not natural, right? I know what you're talking about, right? There's that natural like cutoff point where a population like hits its like comfortable limit, and it sort of stays around that area. But we're human beings. We're artificial. We're artificially overpopulating ourselves. We're ignoring nature. We're ignoring our limits, and we're going beyond that, right? Yeah. At a certain point in our economies are dependent, and there being young people to pension out the older. But sex is wrong, yeah, true.
You know, trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes. I mean, these are pretty pessimistic hopes, you know, but I mean, that's...
Or when you hear weird things like this.
Oswald is getting worried. His WEF 2030 agenda has been exposed by his own arrogance about having penetrated the cabinets with his WEF puppets, like Sunak in the UK, also Trudeau in Canada, and they now fear the masses rising in a revolution against the elitists and the globalists. New World Order. He attacks Brexit and criticizes Trump 2024.
You love it.
They are becoming afraid. So watch this. So now they've been talking openly about having all their WEF little buddies in all the cabinets and all the Western governments.
Dude, the Fallout TV show is just true.
And he said that out loud. Now people know, and people are getting upset about it. Well, here's what he says now.
For this reason, what we have seen in the elections, in the United States, in the Brexit vote, this anger of people against globalization and against the elites. If you look what's happening in the United
I mean, realistically, globalization is just going to be the future, right? Like that, like, I think if you want to see humanity realistically progress into a utopian state, we're going to have to be united under a one government, right? Because naturally, when you have conflicting governments, you're going to have conflict. You're going to have wars. You're going to have all kinds of fucking problems, right? But if we can all come together and you like unite under, and this is like entirely optimistic as fuck, like or like unrealistic as fuck. This is never gonna happen, right? Like people are, like everyone's. It's just going to be, we're in like a perpetual cycle of culture clashes, and it's just never gonna work. But ideally, yeah, global. You would want like everyone to be on the same fucking page, because it's just like there's just less conflict that way. Right now, is this a new world order? Like, I if you want to phrase it that way, sure. But like, if the new world order doesn't want any harm to the overall population and is actually trying to resolve these problems, then you should want a new world order. You should want that, right? And it's like the guy was saying earlier, like tyranny is dumb and stupid, right? Because everyone that's ever tried it, it just never fucking works, because they're always like up their own fucking ass, huffing their own farts and shit, and they don't fucking care about what the overall population thinks, right? But if we had a dictator, who most of the population agreed with and seems to be like virtuous and like wanting to resolve problems that the public is facing in a realistic, non-violent, understandable way, like, hey, like if a dictator said like, hey, I want to put more foods in people's mouths, so I'm going to establish some form of universal basic income, so people can have affordable food and affordable shelters in their lives and stuff like that, and do it through subsidizing, you know, our military budget, you know, and taking some of our military budget and pushing it to, you know, more stable living, right? Like, if a dictator said that, no one would fucking, well, I mean, some people would care because they'd be like, socialism bad, blah, and fucking start like puking and vomiting and fucking pissing and shitting, right? But it's like, if someone said that, if a dictator said that, then like everyone would be all like on the same page. It'd be like, no, yeah, space, whatever. Like, already happens because of the Victorian era. Yeah, I guess so. We're somewhat. I mean, like, every nation is in communication with one another to some extent, right? You know, and we're trying to avoid conflicts as best as we can, or at least some of us are. Ideally, we are avoiding conflict through globalization. But this phrase of just like tyranny, dictatorship and globalization are the same thing, and it's bad that it's happening. It's like, it's just so fucking dumb.
United States, particularly, you have this anti-system movement. What we are seeing is a revolution against the system. It's dismantling the system, and we see certain elements of this now in the new US administration.
So he's saying, oh my, the people are rising up against the system that we created, that we've entrapped them in. People are rising up against it. And by the way, the most important thing to remember about this is none of it's a conspiracy.
I know.
Yeah. This melted wax statue of Colonel Klink has been very open about this plan the whole time. The idea, they had no idea anyone would have a problem with this.
Yeah, all those, like, you'll own nothing and love it. They put it
What
out
is the problem? I never hear this say. I always hear it's just, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Tell me why it's bad. Tell me why it's bad. What is the articulation of this? Tell me why it's fucking bad. Instead of all this fucking moral fucking fagging and postulating, like, tell me why it's bad, motherfucker.
Look at it. They're like, oh, everyone's mad. You got to debunk the thing we literally just
Everyone's
said.
mad, unga
And
bunga.
you can't because you said it. So they got to go, no, but it's not bad. What are you making this into a bad thing? There's going to be no elections. We have a predictive, prescriptive model. We like
Based off of what? Based off of what? Where is that coming from? It just feels like you just picked that out of thin air. Based off of fucking, there's gonna be no elections. Based off of fucking what? The fuck are you talking about?
You will nothing like it.
Yeah, you should probably not pay attention to any of that. These people, they're crazy and they have no idea what they're talking about. Another thing I find really strange is how LEDs work. You know, if you take a...
Okay, dude, what a fucking crazy pivot. Okay, dude, yeah.
Video of your LED bulbs and slow it down, it seems to flicker rapidly.
Oh
Another
my
thing
God,
that
it's
conspiracy theorists like to talk
subliminal
about is
messages.
mind control, which is absolutely ridiculous. You shouldn't pay attention to it at all. But I have been seeing a lot of strange news stories and...
Dude, have you ever seen LEDs? Hey, by the way, don't look up how LEDs work. Don't actually educate yourself on like how electricity is powered into a light bulb and how light comes out and how light is produced through a light bulb. Just like the fucking autistic kid looking into the shiny cube. Oh, it's flickering. Subliminal messaging. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're so smart. Yeah, you get it.
Don't worry, we're still on the topic of the whole trans movement. This is just a lot to unpack, so it needs a lot of context. The first one is...
Guys, the World Economic Forum actually has a lot to do with transgenderism. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's so true, King.
This strange occurrence of purple light sightings around the country.
So you're telling me that these purple street...
Oh, fuck off. No, those are aliens, retard. Those are aliens, dipshit. What are you talking about?
Lights that people are seeing across the country is because all of these lights are going bad? They're saying that there's a coating that comes
TikTok. My source, TikTok.
These LED lights that causes them to turn white, and without that coating...
My source, this random fucking Gawker article. Dude. Raped. You totally won, dude. You totally raped it. Awesome.
They turn purple, aka they should be covered by warranty to get replaced. But they're popping up all over the country and nobody's replacing them. Oh, we have to wait. Oh,
I've never fucking seen this. Why thousands of city streets are turning purple. Let me look this up. City streets, streetlights. Turning purple. Okay, please don't tell me I have to fucking pay for this. Okay. Well, let's freaking see, bruh. American cities started twitching streetlights from sodium lamps to LEDs about 15 years ago, which changed the color of many nighttime roads from yellowish orange to bright white. But lately, an odd new nocturnal color has been spotted across the nation and the globe. Anecdotal reports purple-looking streetlights have been popping up since early 2021. I've never seen this. In states including Florida, Utah, Texas, Massachusetts. I've just never seen this. I live in Florida. This phenomenon might seem weird, but innocuous. After all, what harm could purple streetlights possibly do to scare nearby residents? Halloween approaches. But it turns out the hue of the light illuminating a roadway could affect how drivers and pedestrians perceive their surroundings. I mean, yeah, because it's a dimmer light. It's a dimmer light. It's not as illuminating as like bright white light, right? So yeah, it absolutely can be like harmful. The result in a mixture of colors that once again appears white. Wait, okay, no, here's the explanation. There are two popular... Oh, I skipped ahead, bro. LEDs are one of the most efficient, most energy-efficient lighting technologies that currently exist, according to the U.S. Department of Energy. They also the most durable, long-lasting types of blah 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 blah. Yep, these diodes can emit lights at a variety of wavelengths, but one color they do not produce naturally is white. So, oh, okay, that's actually really... I did not know that. Wow. So when you see white LEDs, such as those in streetlights, they are actually emanating some mixture of the colors red, green, and blue. Oh, okay, no, okay, I see. Oh, no, yeah, I see. So, oh, that's so interesting, actually. That's actually really interesting. I did not know that. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense because like it's like a technology, right? So in order to get these kinds of colors to emanate, they would have to like code it. I think. Do they code it? I don't know exactly. But no, yeah, they would have to do it that way. That's actually super interesting. I did not know that. All LEDs are like to get color, hence RGB. Yeah, like RGB shit. One is a combine tiny LED lights that each emit red, green, blue into a single big device. The other is used a blue with a coat with different fluorescent substance called phosphor. When the blue light from the diodes goes through this layer and phosphor absorbs from the blue wavelengths. Okay, so this is like a completely normal, natural explanation. All right, let's hear how Satan's involved.
We're working on it. Literally, if you Google purple streetlights, there's an article from every major city. Here's the Carolinas. Here's Florida. If you have seen these purple lights, please tell me what you think is really going on, because I don't think that they're going bad.
Read the fucking articles, you retarded dipshit. Maybe then you would fucking find the article you literally pointed out in your fucking TikTok. Go read it, dude. Like,
just what? Doesn't make sense mathematically why they would all.
Dude, we live in a fucking world where people will go out of their way to look up 5 different articles just for the headlines and not actually read it and be like, God, why is this happening? Why is this happening?
All go bad at the same time, and even though they're covered by,
it's probably because they were implemented at the same time and are using the same product and the same error is happening because they all come from the same manufacturer. Duh, maybe that's why.
Warranty, they're not getting replaced. It's just fishy.
So last week...
Wow, you mean to tell me some cities out there have poor infrastructure because the governors are fucking lazy dipshits? Oh, what? That's fucking crazy. Wow. When a street road starts to decay and potholes are formed, you mean to tell me there are some streets out there that actually don't seal the potholes and they just kind of leave it there forever until people start bitching and complaining about it? Endlessly and relentlessly? What? Gaga, what? That's crazy.
Again, I was driving home with my wife on the Florida Turnpike, and I happened to notice these purple lights. And I've noticed them since 2021, 2020, basically the post C19. And they keep saying it's a manufacturer defect. They're going to go ahead and change them out. And they never do. Matter of fact, I see more of them than ever before. And around the same spot of the turnpike where I drive under these lights, I feel weird. I don't feel bad. I don't feel good. It's just a weird feeling. And apparently, according to this video and other articles, I'm not the only one.
I really don't want to sound like a crazy person, but when I walked past this light, I felt strange. I still feel kind of weird. And I don't want to sound crazy, but like, what's the purpose of this? I know maybe you can see the...
Now look at this logo of Blue Sky. Does it remind you?
Shut the fuck up, man.
You of anything? Does it remind you of anything at all?
Oh my god, yeah, MK Ultra. This is an album. This is not the actual thing.
Now we know DARPA has been heavily involved with blue light technology that spans across neuroscience and epigenetics that control brain circuits with light. The reason your phone emits blue light is because, well, DARPA wanted it that way. A lot of the technology we use in our phones, the US military is responsible for, like the iPod, internet, cellular technology, multi-touch screens, things like Siri. Here's a strange coincidence. What is Siri spelled backwards? Another thing I found interesting is blue light from
like Illuminati.
LEDs use phosphorus and magenta light, which our eyes perceive when red and blue light mix together. And I also want to add that the US has banned most incandescent light bulbs. You may have never heard about that one. You may have seen
because when they break, they contain poisonous fucking gas. Yep. That's probably why they're outlawed. That's probably why it's not government regulation to put asbestos in fucking houses anymore, right? Because it's fucking deadly to fucking people when exposed to it.
The color magenta a lot lately. It's a very strange color. Now, there might not be anything to this, but check this out.
Now, did you know that in the 40s they changed the colors? Red for girls, blue for men. Now, what happened in the 40s?
It is now 12 years ago since I produced the first little flickering television image. Today we have in London a regular television service, twice daily, with thousands of lookers in. Television has grown from a scientific novelty to a commercial service.
It was the introduction of the color TV. Now take a look again at cyan and magenta. Who is waving these two colors?
Oh my god, dude.
It's the transgender cult. Now there's a lot of promotion going on in football.
Oh
Barbie
my
and Kenny,
freaking god, bro. Dude, he's onto something.
Trumpy and Epstein. I wonder who's the girl here.
Yes, dude.
Queer Starmer.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, this
Michael and
guy.
I also want to acknowledge your son Jack, who's deployed today.
Born in the wrong body. Now, if you are born in the wrong body, this seems to confirm that there is something like reincarnation. What if you were born in the red frequency, but you arrive in a world where male is blue? What would you think? Hey, I was born in the wrong body. Wasn't I supposed to be male?
I like how it sounds this guy's making
So
this
the
like
reason
in a
of
fucking
this
closet.
transgender cult might be color-based. Now you may ask yourself, is this coincidence?
For example, if I shine red light and green light into your eyes at the same time, if I cross these over, you will see yellow. So when you mix red and green together, you get yellow.
Dude.
And if you look at the spectrum...
Color theory? Yeah. That's Satanism, buddy.
Yellow is in between red and green. So maybe that's the rule for mixing colours together. You mix the colours together, you get the colour in between on the colour spectrum. And we can test that again, so I'll look at green and blue together. So if I mix green and blue together, I get cyan. And cyan is in between blue and green on the spectrum. So that's great, you mix two colours together, you get the colour in between. So what about purple, what about magenta? Well, what should your brain do if your red cone fires at one end of the spectrum and your blue cone fires at the other end of the spectrum, but your green cone doesn't fire? Does it do the same trick? Does it think, I must be looking at a colour in between red and blue? Well, the colour in between red and blue is green.
Oh, he's describing color blindness. No, yeah, like if you know how the inside of your fucking retina works, yeah, like the inside of your eye. Funnily enough, the inside of your eye is very similar to how the LED light is. Like how they explained it, that's how your eye is. Your eye registers, like the inside of your eye is filled with like little tiny like nodes that like pick up on colors, like, and it just like, or certain, not colors, but frequencies, right? When it enters your eye, and it translates that into like color and shit like that. And like with certain colorblind people is that they have some of those nodes are like worn down or they're damaged, and that's why they can't see that color, right? Yeah.
You're definitely not looking at something green because your green cone isn't firing. So in that situation, your brain invents a colour. It makes up a colour, and that colour is magenta. And I can show you that. So with my red and blue torches, so when they combine together, there you see magenta. Absolutely beautiful.
Magenta. There is no wavelength of light for magenta. Instead, we perceive it only when the S cones and L cones pick up a signal from pure red and blue light.
Also, magenta sounds a lot like magent, which is Portuguese for bad person. Now, the whole thing with spelling theory backwards and finding hidden messages, it's because when you're really in tune with signs and symbols, they can uncover hidden meanings, even when it comes to anagrams and simple things like backward spelling. Take this hat, for example. What happens when you spell them backwards? Well, you get this. Just something I found very interesting. Of course, we know about the recent new photos, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen this photo before. Just a strange coincidence. I'm not saying anything at all, just throwing it out there. But what if everything that's going on right now was part of this big operation? Order out of chaos. Problem, reaction, solution. What if everything you see on mainstream media is a manufactured problem and they're waiting to see your reaction so they can offer a solution that was probably made before the problem even existed?
What if I comment? What if I comment on this video? I want to comment, stop reading, fucking X. Stop reading X. Like, stop reading like the X thread on fucking 4chan, dude.
What if all of this red versus blue is just a distraction? Remember, there's no wavelength of light for magenta. Mixing red and blue doesn't exist. In other words, what if everything we've been fighting?
Dude, he's gonna read that in X. X marks the spot. The spot. Like from Spider-Man. Spider-Man, 8 legs. What else? 8 divided by 2 is 4. 4 is what people shout when they go golfing. Trump goes golfing. Trump runs the White House. White House controls currency. Guess what's on the currency? Illuminati confirmed, bruh. Dude, he's got it. He's got me on lockdown, dude.
Was manufactured to deceive us. Cyan and magenta. Cyan. It's a really strange color. Try saying that one's 5 times fast.
Absolutely mythical for you, face train. Zion dude, he's actually doing Nazi conspiracies, dude. He's actually doing fucking Nazi conspiracies. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. That's a fake made up fucking book by Nazis to like to use this as an excuse to go after Jews. Like, come on, dude. Are you serious? This is like well documented. Like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion did not originate from any Jewish shit. It came from the Nazis. Dude. He's shitposting this is not real. Yeah. What the fuck does World War Z have to do with the Oz? Because it has a Z in it?
The yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
I feel like I'm going fucking crazy.
Follow the yellow brick, follow the yellow brick, follow the yellow brick road.
Magenta. There is no wavelength of light for magenta.
The magenta light, yeah. Dude, can you get to the fucking point, man? This is the end of the video.
It was just a...
Okay.
But that's it for me. This was just a funny idea I had for a video about one of my favorite video games.
My funny idea, Nazi conspiracy theories. Yeah.
Games Mortal Kombat Ultra, and why I think we've been seeing all of this push from the trans movement and mainstream media lately.
Dude,
because it's
just the
perfectly
trans
normal
people.
to want gender-affirming care for children, right?
Wait, I'm actually so curious. So he unironically cited a bunch of Nazi conspiracies and shit like that. Why is it the trans? Why wouldn't it be the Jews? Like, no. It wouldn't be the Jews, guys. It wouldn't be the Jews. I know I'm citing literal Nazi conspiracies, but no, it's the trans. It's the trans people. They're the ones who are doing all this shit. They're the ones who are pulling all the strings, dude. Yep. It just doesn't. Like, what's the fucking point of citing Nazis if you're not even gonna like go the whole fucking way, dude? You're just gonna be like, no. The Nazis have it wrong, even though they're my fucking only source for this dumb shit. It's just. It's the trans. It's just the trans people, dude. Yeah, who the fuck are we supposed to be blaming? I'm so confused. As a trans person, I do control your media. I make shit awful on purpose, bro. Why you do this, bro? Now I'm comments what the comments look like. The video's almost over. I'll look at it.
There's no brainwashing going on here. There's no hidden meanings or ulterior motives at all. I
Hidden?
just want to make that
Hidden
clear.
heroin?
Also, I forgot to mention, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is obsessed with codifying your biology. He's been funding a biomedical startup to read human brains using sound waves. And man, the picture in this article looks so revealing with all that magenta and cyan going on. But yeah, that's it.
Because it looks cool. Because it looks trippy and whatever. I mean, well, this is the article. This is an article being written on what he's doing. He's not the one who decided to do this. He's not the one who decided to make this the thumbnail of the fucking article.
For me, I'll catch you in the next one. Later.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man. With the Nazi conspiracies, I totally asked for this. Okay. Here's the comments. Stop reading X. Downloading this before it gets removed. Best idea. God, that's a good idea, dude. Big Tech's coming after him, bro. I hate Hollywood. Angry. This is a bot. This is a bot. Yes, she's part alien bird and part Metroid, with the last part being human female. I like how this guy just didn't watch the video. He didn't watch the video. He just saw the thumbnail and he's like, dude, yeah, I totally agree. Metroid isn't trans. What do you mean this video is about Nazi conspiracies? How else would someone on a medical description forever, if not gaslighting them into believing that there is something inherently wrong with them? Yeah, so true, dude. Cancer's made up, dude. Yeah, you're just naturally balding. Don't actually go to when the doctors tell you to get on chemo. Guess what, bro? Chemo is poison. They're trying to kill you. Cancer's not real, dude. Yep. So true. Really unsettling stuff. I'm not even American. God tier schizo post. Oh, well, he liked it. He liked it. So he's okay. So you're kind of giving the game away there, buddy. You can't be doing this. Listen, learn from Andy Pants. You can't be doing this. Okay, you're giving the game away. All right. He's trying to. He liked it. He liked the fucking God tier schizo post. I want to be a pirate as a kid. Thank goodness my eye and my leg weren't removed. I'd have an okay. Yeah, fucking bazinga. Good one. Metroid Prime 4 could not have been that bad. Metroid Prime 4 could not have been that bad, dude. Dude. It's still hot. I'm guessing it's Jennifer English before watching. What? Okay. Preach the truth, based. Just put the indies in the bag, bro. Dude. Some of them are grilling them. Keep the good fight, big dog. Trash is unsubbing at crazy rates. Trash is unsubbing at crazy rates XD. That's when you know you're doing something right. Yeah, when you like do unironic Nazi conspiracy schizo posting. Yeah. You must be doing something right when the people who came to your channel for gaming are unsubscribing. Yep. Oy vey, stop noticing. Well, it's not, you can't say oy vey because he thinks it's trans people. He never ever once mentioned Jews in this video. He's saying it's the trans people. So you're actually wrong, sir. You're actually wrong. AI video of the Peter Thiel coincidence. The juice. What? Okay. Based. You're the man. Thank you for exposing this evil. Okay. What's the thumbnail for this again? Oh yeah, this video was about this started off with Metroid. Hold the fuck up. Finally, AAA publishers are tired of being broke. Isn't that Gwendolyn? Isn't this Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn's a man. Gwendolyn's a dude. Why are you putting a fucking femboy in like fucking in a sexy nun outfit armor thing? Dude, what? There's normal viewers who were just thrown off by now just leaving because he's unironically doing Nazi conspiracies. I mean, to be fair, this didn't seem like it was totally out of the blue because like he's making videos like this. Indie games are giving gamers what they want, and it shows like big tittied fucking woman. The Terminator predicted it, and now it's happening. So I mean, he's been doing this for a minute. When did it actually start? When did he actually start doing it? Dude, that's so sad. It looks like he was making more views doing the gaming shit. I mean, just about the same. 4, 6, 5, 12. Because Metroid Prime 4 is this is a gaming video. Dude, the people clearly just want you to make the fucking gaming video, dude. Sega just this was 3 months ago. 100K. Dude, what is the pivot to this fucking dumb shit, dude? You're doing fine doing this. What? Why? Dude, this doesn't make any fucking sense. This is not paying off at all. He's been doing this for like about when did it start? Right about here. Once again, creatures are upset over you not being gay. Like, this is like a very Andy Pants title code. Oh, no, this. Because Samus is being a strong female lead isn't good enough. He started this 2 weeks ago. You've yet to have a video break 10K. Dude, just fucking literally put the indies in the bag. What the fuck is this guy doing? He's actually fumbling so hard, man. CIA funded YouTube channel be like? Yeah, true. I end stream and I'll come back maybe when I'm drunk.